na bunge za kaunti kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki za wanadamu. Twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za kaunti na Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tunakuomba utunyunyizie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayowasilishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya kaunti hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Let's take our seats, honorable members. Honorable Clerk, kindly confirm whether you have the quorum for the purposes of today's transactions.
Honorable Speaker, there is quorum.
Honorable members, welcome to today's sitting. Today, Wednesday, 13th November 2024, 2:30 p.m. Sitting. We can have the prayers on the order of business.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I have a very slight communication to make. Honorable members, Section 2 of the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act defines the precincts of the County Assembly that shall comprise the area of land and every building or part of the building under the County Assembly's control, including A, the chambers in which the proceedings of the County Assembly are conducted, including the galleries and lobbies of the chambers. B, all the parts of the buildings in which the chambers are situated, including the entrances, forecourts, yards, gardens, enclosures, or open spaces pertinent thereto, committee rooms, and other meeting places provided or used for the County Assembly's purposes. D, the offices of a County Assembly, including the places within such offices that are provided for the use of members, members of staff, and members of the public and the press. 2, where a county assembly or a committee convenes outside the premises ordinarily used for its sittings, these acts shall apply as if the premises where the county assembly or the committee is sitting were within the presence of the county assembly. Honorable members, the business before us is the consideration of the ad hoc report. Considering that the public is following the proceedings, it is not orderly for any honorable member of this House to go outside the presence of the House when the session is on and address the public. Such actions are not permissible under the applicable law. You are guided to air your views when granted the opportunity to make contributions, and we remain calm to ensure smooth deliberation of the business before the House. Honorable members, any defiance of the laid down procedures, traditions, and customs of the House will be dealt with accordingly. I so communicate. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion.
Honorable members, I note that this motion had been moved and the same had also been seconded before we adjourned that particular sitting. I therefore direct that may the debate resume. Honorable Sarah Mutol.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me also this opportunity. I, being the Vice Chair of the that the report was laid on the table yesterday, and the motion has been moved by our able chair, I also stand also to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, our journey began when there was a motion of county importance. We proceeded by going through the projects that were submitted to this assembly for the 2 financial years, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. All the members were here. We went through, we proceeded to our report writing, and what we went through, or what we saw in the reports from the department, requires us to go for further investigation, because each and every elected member from each and every 30 wards, they were not satisfied with what was in the report. And that is when we came here back to have the ad hoc committee so that we do further investigation on the reports that we received from the department. So we were 15 members given the mandate of this House to continue with the investigation and then to come back with the findings and also with the recommendation. We did our best under our chairman and all the other leaders and the staff. We transferred this county, going to where most of the projects were. And what we saw and what we found out was alarming. After moving around this county, we also went to the flagship project, Mr. Speaker, whereby the report was 90% complete, 95% complete. But when we reached to the sites, we never saw the 90% complete and the 95% complete. I, myself, went to the site of the county offices, where it is written 90% complete. We found out that people of Nandi are just being masked by the glittering colors outside, and yet inside is just a shell. We never saw the 95% complete or the 90% complete. Likewise to other projects. What we saw again when we visited all these other flagship projects, we never found the information the way it was given by the departments. Mr. Speaker, since devolution, 12 years now down the line, there is no single project in Nandi County that is complete. For how long shall our people stay aside and look while other counties are progressing? So, Mr. Speaker, it is so hurting when we just continue watching and seeing what is happening. We went even to the smaller project, whereby it was indicated complete and operational. and there was nothing. So should we continue to keep quiet as an honorable house, whose powers of this country have been invested on them? Mr. Speaker, the whole population of the entire county is watching this honorable house, made up of 44 honorable members, both men and women, young and old. Because this county, Mr. Speaker, is just like a butterfly on the hands of the members of this county. They have opened their hands, their palms, and the Nandi County is just at their palms. So it is upon this house to close and freeze it to death, squeeze it to be forgotten, or to leave it to fly. Because that is the mandate which has been given to this house. I'm not afraid, Mr. Speaker, to say that. The state of Nandi County is where it is because of this honorable house. And I'm not afraid to say, the first assembly came, it went. It left the people of Nandi crying and crowding their teeth. The second assembly came, and it went. The people of Nandi were just left still weeping. For how long shall the third assembly have the people of Nandi continue lamenting? Soon this county of Nandi will be called the county of lamentation. Because of this house. It is this house that has the powers to change the state of our county. But if we are here, just looking at our people, seeing them that they know nothing. Look at the roads, Mr. Speaker. All the roads are impassable. Even if you crisscross everywhere, every ward, our roads are impassable. If you can imagine the tea pickers, women, expectant women carrying babies at their backs and putting on their head tea amounting up to 50 kilos or 60 kilos to 70, taking to where they can get a vehicle to ferry their tea, going up to 4 kilometers, up to 3 kilometers, because of the roads which are impassable. And we are just keeping quiet and looking. Because we are not heated, because we are comfortable, we are just here killing the spirit of our people who have elected us. It is time, Mr. Speaker, that we end it. For how long shall our doctors watch helplessly when people are dying because they don't even have the gloves, they don't even have the syringe, there are not even blankets or beddings for the patients there? For how long shall they just stand with their hands folded, looking at patients dying helplessly? For how long shall our women deliver on the floors? And yet we have quite a number of health centers with beds, and they are not operational, just for them coming to decongest the referral hospital. And yet, we are in the 21st century. 12 years down the line, and we are just keeping quiet and looking. We are in this house not because of our interest, Mr. Speaker. We are here for the interest of the people of Nandi, the people who have sent us here. Even whether you are nominated, one was nominated because the people of Nandi voted to this government, and they had their chance to come to this house. So it is a collective responsibility for all of us. If one decides here that he wants to kill the people of Nandi, it is so sorrowful. We went round, we brought all the projects, the projects which are pending, and yet the money has been squandered, Mr. Speaker. And we are still keeping quiet and looking. Mr. Speaker, even to the sides of the Public Service Board, these are the people who messed up, taking all the staff for verification of document in Kaimosi, only coming to sit back. No report was brought to this house. Poor young men and women were to work for this county 7 months without payment. And we are just sitting down and looking. For how long shall they continue suffering? After being given chance to work, they only worked for 2 months. The third month, they were issued termination letters. The same board were doing the same thing. The same board who came in without even following the corrective procedures. And we have just kept quiet and looking. Because we want to save one, we want to save our relative. We accept for the whole mass of Nandi to die. Until when shall our people continue crying? Until when our children of ECD will not have their rights? You go to some of the schools like Kuson in Tinderet, a school like Toret Moi in Kosirai, a school like Kapkilel, the one which is already condemned. And our poor young children, whom we don't know their future, are just suffering there. Yet, people are seated in their offices, enjoying the fruit of this country, and others are suffering. I call upon the honorable members of this House who have the heart, that human heart, to save this country. I call upon all the women in this House, the women who have the womb, those who gave birth, to look at the cries of our fellow women who cannot get services in our health centers, who are traveling far, taking tea leaves on their heads. As we talk now, there is no even business in this town because there is no money even rotating in this town. You find that the businessmen are just seated in the shops and looking. Nothing going round because of even the contractors who have not been paid for so long. Salaries which have not been paid. And yet we are seated in this house, the house of honor, the house of rule, the house of rules. Because somebody somewhere have just persuaded you to go against the people. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, some were even removed out of the hospital to go to the polling station to vote. Some could queue even up to 3 hours. And here we are, just laughing, as if it is a laughing matter in this house. It is not. We only took a period of 2 financial years, and we are just talking about, we are looking at just a small section of it since devolution. And what we have seen is just around 16 million. Who can account for 16 million? For heaven's sake. A member here can stand and account even for 1 year and say this one goes to came from the national government. We owe nothing. Our own source revenue, always approximately, we get is just below even 10%. And the money is being collected. Our women's in market, border borders, the revenue is just being everywhere, even from the TCS, the multinational. And then we are seeing just a small fraction where is our own source revenue. And we are just keeping quiet, enjoying ourselves. Mr. Speaker, we must end it now. Let us put things in order. This House has all the powers. When we went through all the departments, there was not even none, that had put their house in order. So what could we do? How could we say this one is better than this one? And all of them had not put their houses in order. And then we say that why this and this and this. We brought exactly what we found out Even our recommendation is according to the Constitution of Kenya. We have not gone outside the Constitution of Kenya. And this is a constitution whom all these members here voted for it. Why are we going against it? If we are going against the Constitution, what will people outside there do? Because we are to lead by example. We should put things right in this county. It is better to die fighting for the right things. Mr. Speaker, all the findings that you came up with, the blind can still touch and get the information. The deaf can still hear and see the injustices that which are going on in this county. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to degrade you. Mr. Speaker, this is the house that gave you and people are crying outside. We have ranking members that have been in this assembly for the last two assemblies, and they are now here. God has been giving them chance every now and then. Why are people of Nandi still crying for services? If you have a human heart, have mercy on these people of Nandi. Ranking members who are here, don't kill them. We own magnificent buildings. We own luxurious cars. We go to big hospital because of those people who are crying outside. We have whatever we have because of those people who are outside. But because of selfishness, here we are, and telling them, you are nothing. We have the powers. We can take them where we want to take you. Of this house, I'm still begging. The report that we came with, it is my happiness that what we brought is exactly what is happening in Nandi County. We have been talking of wage bills going up. Bill to swell to go up. Which county has two payroll? The system payroll, the manual payroll, and even extending to those who are being paid using the M-Pesa. People just getting promotion without even following the correct procedure. And we are here, sitting and watching and enjoying ourselves, and yet our people are suffering. For how long shall they lament? That they be going round this town of Kapsabet. Even the children of Israel went round the fortified city of Jericho 7 years, and God answered their prayers. Why do you want to dig this house? Why do you want to dig the grave of the people of Nandi so deep? Why are we making it so deep? And I'm seeing where we are going, we are making it to be a bottomless pit. And the people of Nandi shall never see their glory. And yet we are just seated here. We are enjoying. We get our allowances. We were given our law. Place where people will be liberated. Let me teach each and every one of what does your consent state? You can visit an hospital, even reaching up at times where the hospital is closed completely. And we are still saying, yes, the status quo. Why are we sacrificing the people of Nandi? Because of our friendship with those who are in the executive. Why? Because of our relation with those people in the executive. Why? Mr. Speaker, we are talking of the people that have gotten chance for 7 years. We are not talking of anybody who was just given a job yesterday. These are the people who have served in this county for the last 7 years. But the time has come that we can make about turn. So members, have mercy on these people of Nandi. As you stand, members, and take your vote, God is watching. We swore here, we took an oath to defend. What are we doing now? Are we showing any fairness? Just ask yourself, each and every one of you, ask yourself, are we doing any justice in this house? We have seen things happen, and we are happy. They are just seated waiting for us. Having in mind that, members, all powers are vested here. Our Wananchi outside, they don't have the powers. They are just waiting for us. So I call upon this house. You have gone through the report, and if there is anyone where there was no fairness, one has a chance to even proceed to court. It is not the end. It is not the end. If one feels that, okay, the judgment here is not justified, they still have chance to proceed. So members, ranking members, the tears trickling in the eyes of the people is upon you. You cannot sit and just even the dead are not given, are not treated fairly. The Moki Nandi Hills has only a capacity of 16 bodies. But how many bodies are there? And we are just seated, we are very happy, folding our hand and saying, yes, let us proceed to enrich ourselves. And then, let us have mercy on those people. Let us not kill our people. Members, I hurt you. I'm a mother. How many are they? And the few that you only want to save because he's a friend, because he's a relative. Even your Christianity conscience tells you what? Are you happy when you see even the borders and their milk just, okay, rolling and sliding in those poor roads? Because this is a country whereby there is a lot of scheming. We can say that our executive is mad with lies. I can say that they are professional liars. They lie to the population, they lie to the honorable members. Everywhere is mad with a lot of lies. Please, members, the time has come. It is today. We shall decide to kill Nandi or to leave Nandi to fly. Stay firm. Stay put, each and every one of us. Don't run away. Let us not be Judases to our people. People have worked with us. Why do we turn our back and betray them now? That we are fighting for them. But we are here looking at ourselves and even if it is to be cast, we shall be charged harshly. If we don't deliver to our people. That when the money comes to the county, some is taken back to the national government. And yet our money is going back to the national government. But when we went through all this, the money is with us, with our sons and daughters. But the time will come. Members, I urge each and every one of us to come to this house. Others wanted to come, but they never got the chance. Mr. Speaker, I'm still calling upon this house. Honorable member so-and-so abused me, honorable so-and-so, bringing in even things of love. When shall we have the stadiums? When shall we have offices operational? When shall we have NCC operational? When shall we have that one of avocado operational? Mr. Speaker, we are not even ashamed of how our town look like. Much better than our street here in Kapsabet. The streets of even slums in Eldoret are members of this house. People. Let us not bring small issues. Let us look at what is on our hand. And these are our people. Else. They need services and nothing else. They don't need our gossip. But members of this house, saying to the electorate that the party demands what? I stand firm. There is no party that does not want the bringing in the picture of the party, that you have pressure from above. From where? Which party does not need development? This one, the party, the ruling party, that people in this county voted overwhelmingly, that the majority in this house are from that party, the UDA party. They have the manifesto bottom up. What are we doing now? Where is the bottom up? Let us go back and look at them. They need the roads. They need the services in the hospital. They need all these things. Then why? Why surely? And then we bring in issues of parties here. And people need development. Don't. It has nothing to do with party issues. This is purely development. And we, as MCS, we were elected for representation, legislation, and oversight. So when we do the oversight, some members complain. Why? We are just discharging our duties as honorable members of Nandi County. Other things. Why should we come with other things in quotes? Let us be open to one another. Let us be open to our electorate. And I still beg, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, members of this house, the report that we brought The report that we table is for this house. It never generated from anywhere. This is from the members of this house. You gave us an okay to go for further investigation. We brought the report the way it is. We never doctored anything. We based the report on what we saw, what we heard. Mr. Report of this county, all the project that has been seen, it is the report of this assembly. Report. I, Sarah, was there on behalf of the rest. I was not doing my own things. I was doing on behalf of this. I cannot deny the report that belongs to all of us. The report is ours. It is only a small section. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. As a House, we passed a motion. A member should contribute to the motion for not more than 10 minutes. Guided accordingly. Honorable Chelule.
This House. First of all, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for coming up with such a comprehensive and insightful report, which has cut across all the departments in this county. I want to say that this ad hoc committee has performed far better than the sectoral committees which we have established in this House. Those sectoral committees sit for only half an hour and hardly anything is discussed there. It is hit in most cases by lack of quorum, and the performance of those most of those sectoral committees is wanting. We should have more of these ad hoc committees so that irregularities, acts of corruption, and what have you are unearthed and action taken early enough. Committees have not been able to address that issue. And that is why this county is in a total mess in terms of serving people and what have you. I find the report to be about the happenings and malpractices that are taking place in the county. Total support of this report. And how I wish we have more of these committees rather than the sector.
Thank you, Honorable Chelule. I note that you still had some 6 minutes, but that being a submission, I give this opportunity to.
But altogether, I'll try my best. First, to congratulate our EPO chairman, the Honorable Mr. Speaker. When we gave him the mandate to be our chairman, we didn't know he will perform beyond our expectation. Allow me to also to thank the vice chair. The Iron Lady was just contributed. When we were in the Hato Committee chair, Honorable Speaker, she and Honorable Turfosa were our prayer pillars. They always prayed for us. And it was a coincidence, Mr. Speaker, that the three elected, the only happened to be in the ad hoc committee. So we are blessed, Mr. Speaker. And I was motivated by the two special ladies in the ad hoc committee. That's Honorable Bridget and Honorable Lydia. I think the rest, Speaker, we could even stay until midnight in these honorable chambers, investigating, interrogating witnesses, and it was live, Mr. Speaker. So we just been brought to this house. The residents of Nandi, even before we tabled the report, they had reports in their own hands, Mr. Speaker, because they followed every sitting that we held, Mr. Speaker. So the report is not a miracle from anywhere. They followed, and if we had brought anything contrary to what they had seen, Mr. Speaker, it would be a different story. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for committing themselves. I also want to thank this Honorable House for having nominated our names to this list. Mr. Speaker, it was not that we were special, but the members saw that fit that we would be in this committee. And we want to dispel the prophets of doom. I remember there was an honorable member, I don't want to mention, who said that supermarket will be open, Mr. Speaker, but I want to confirm to this Honorable House high authorities, because someone approached us somewhere and said, we are giving you some 2 opportunities, so bring your name, and we told them back to the center, Mr. Speaker. We told them the 2 names in the names of course, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to deliberate much. Allow me, because time is not on our side. Allow me to expound on what the Honorable Chair was. But I wish I would have enough time. Mr. Speaker, in deciding and to siphon the money from the county. Mr. Speaker, when we invited the department and build scheme, and the chair had played they told us they don't have an engineer's estimate. But Mr. Speaker, we have a county architect called Odenyo, whose contract was renewed. This is an architect who drew the mother and baby. And after drawing a good design, Mr. Speaker, they decide now to take the good design to the contractor. And Mr. Speaker, with a design in place, with a architect whose contract was expiring, but it was forced to be renewed. So in this design and build, Mr. Speaker, the county engineer, the county architect who designed the building. And Mr. Speaker, you can imagine you give someone to design for you. Then you allow the same person to vary that project. The one he designed himself is assumed to have designed himself by over 101,790,000. So 145 million, I don't know what figures you get. Speaker, the reality in the ground, if the ICT can project the ECD in Japan, where children are sitting on stones and dust, Mr. Speaker, and someone is going, apart from the SAM contract, which is in the project, of over 409 million, is still going with over 150. Mr. Speaker, if these are, I don't know how you can convince me otherwise. You can see the children, Mr. Speaker. Just 1 million will complete a complete. He sang in mother and baby in the project in the context of bill and design. He's on payroll of Nandi County, costs with over 500 million. Mr. Speaker, which graph is real? Mr. Speaker, county government was able to send over 1,840 something children of this county home. And the only crime they did, 9 thieves who have looted the county dry, Mr. Speaker, in the name of how or not, Honorable Speaker. At the expense of 1,800 and some. The rest are, those are Nandi residents, these are Nandi residents. In fact, these one are better. They have looted, they have hotels, they have big something, they have nothing to lose. In fact, they have money to go to court, Mr. Speaker. Unless we don't serve a living God. Mr. Speaker, I asked the honorable member who asked me, why didn't you even spare one? I don't in terms of reverence. but we were not given sinometer on how to measure sins. So what basis were we to use to eliminate one, leave the rest? Everything was in public. There is a competition in this county for looting. And the department, which no single project in this county has never been varied, especially the mega projects, Mr. Speaker. Talk of the Kabiyet Dairy, talk of the avocado pack house in Lesos. All of time. I'm seeing my time is running, but Mr. Speaker, the book of Matthew.
Utilize what you have.
The book of Matthew 7, verse 9. Chapter 9, verse, chapter 7, from 9 to 11, it says, and he'll give a stone. There is no child who will ask for fish and he'll be given a snake, Mr. Speaker. But in this county, Mr. Speaker, the resident of Nandi asked this honorable house to allocate only 14 million for a mock, Mr. Speaker. We couldn't give them that, Mr. Speaker. While doing our investigation, we were shocked, Mr. Speaker, that we had money to purchase mass grave, worth over 150. So is that not giving a snake instead of bread, Mr. Speaker? They were just asking for a mock, so that in case of any individuality, they lose their loved ones. They would take, Mr. Speaker. But we were shocking. The CC for health and the CC for lands confirm that in this county, both some, although it was not in our terms of reference, Mr. Speaker, but there exists a mass grave in this county, Mr. Speaker. But there is no mock. That is the reality of the matter, Mr. Speaker. And we have to call a spade, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were shocked.
I can say your time is up, but I'll grant you 2 more minutes. Please.
Grant me 2 more minutes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for those 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. As I conclude, I wish the governor would utilize, because for real, and I want to look at the people of Nandi to the eye and tell them, Mr. Speaker, they are on their own. Cast media group, Mr. Speaker, for opinion. But Mr. Speaker, if some of what we, because the same person who is supposed to take your opinion, things are being done in Nandi County, because media, our people relied on those media, Mr. Speaker. But I want to assume that Alex Tom, and Mr. Speaker, our people say, when you want to kill a dog, even if it is a good dog, you brand them a good name. In Kalenjin, we brand them Jemai. When we wanted to send our children, our own cousins, our brothers and sisters, we refer to them as ghost workers. Mr. Speaker, when we were undertaking the vetting, some of them came, they are qualified doctors in our hospitals, and they were being referred to as ghosts. They came and literally cried for us here, Mr. Speaker. They were not ghosts, Mr. Speaker, they are our children. So what is good for the goose, Mr. Speaker, is good for the country. That's my submission. So for fairness of this Nandi, Mr. Speaker, let's start afresh by sending all these ECs and save even the 2 years. I know devolution is almost 15 years. We have lost 13 years. Let's save the 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and restore the image of this county. I submit, Mr. Speaker, I support the report. Thank you.
The mic of Honorable Tololei, the Deputy Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to submit my contribution on adoption of this report. I stand to support the motion, and allow me quote a verse from 2 Kings chapter 8, verse 3, and I'll read. And it came to pass at the 7 years' end that the woman returned out of the land of the Philistines, and she went forth to cry unto the king for her house and for her land. This marks 7 years of leadership, of governance of His Excellency Governor Sang and his team. And we are here crying to the king, kindly dismiss the CECs according to the report recommendations. Our people are suffering just because of incompetence, just because of corruption. And this 7th year must mark the end of impunity in Nandi. Mr. Speaker, allow me, through your guidance, and I want the ECD from my ward, Chepsaita ECD, to be projected. And then we can see the reason as to why we have to give these people a break. The ICT, I really request that you project Chepsaita ECD. Under the close watch of our CEC. There are other structures. There, yes, yes, very good. This project, the CEC herself confirmed and confessed that she has been receiving reports from the ward education officers that these children are under risk, just studying under structures like this. And the people who are not going to support this, you will convince me now how I wish not to support this report just because of my children studying at a structure like this, at this era. I really stand to urge honorable members. The other time we are crying as women of this county. We see our women giving birth at KCRH, just on the floor. We have a lot of money that has been looted. KCRH. I urge honorable this motion. Our children are just, those are health hazards. If it was even considered, children of ages less than 5 years, 5, 6 years. And then we are here with all the powers trying to fix them just to sit at those structures forever. I really want to urge honorable members that we cooperate. Let us work as a team at this point of time. There is no, as we walked around here, around Nandi County, there is no flagship project that is operational. I've said it has taken 7 years for this government to be in office. And we have no single flagship project is operational. I really want to urge this house. Let us have the heart of the people of Nandi, the interest of this motion in totality. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, sir, for allowing me also to stand and hear my views in supporting this motion. Honorable Speaker, I was one of the members of ad hoc committee so that I could get time and see the projects. May I thank our able chair of ad hoc committee, Honorable Benjamin, and understood. Thank you also for our vice chair, who was also round with my team to the projects of NATIC in the ground. Honorable Speaker, what has made me to support this report is what is so correct. To me, Honorable Speaker, I usually say the truth. And I dislike somebody who says wrong things or wrong information. When you are interrogating the CCs and the COs, some gave us wrong information. So when we went to the ground, what we were told by the CCs and the COs were wrong. For example, Martha and Pepe. Honorable Speaker, the money which was allocated for that Martha and Pepe, the contracted sum was 92 million, which was given by the contractor. But the TIAP was given us 100 million to be used for that project. How comes the bidder has already bidden 92 million, but the department gave it 100 million? how comes? And also, they went on giving variations. And what other members have already said. We went to Homa Bay, and we were given the procedures of how big projects, flagship projects, should be done. So, Honorable Speaker, we have a I would like to thank the nominated MCS who are with us here. And that time, we could not even tell. We could not even talk about anything. Congratulations for you. You really want people of Nandi to be served. I cannot call all the departments. Department of Roads have really let us down. There is no even a single project or road which is so thankful in Nandi County. Even if a visitor comes to Nandi County, he or may she wonder, what kind of county is this? There's no even where to money goes. Surely, we pass supplementary, where to money go? What are paid to those people? Where to money go? We had the money for Maram, but no Maram, no roads have been Maram. Where did the Maram go? Where did the money went? Around 28 million. 2022, 2023, we have budgeted 8 million for Maram. Where did the money go? We don't see Maram anywhere. Even in my ward, there is not even a single kilometer which has been Marammed. In fact, when we were interrogating with the CEO, in fact, I asked, where is my Maram for my ward? And he told me, yours is coming, when? And we are 2 years down. Surely. We have some projects. We have a culvert which was installed in Jemas. And I would like the ICT called Bapengo Road. Please, ICT. And it was paid, complete and operational. But the state, how it is, Bapengo Road in Jemas, Ariok, please.
Honorable Member, I think it is part of the document that was submitted by the chairperson. If so,
yes, it is there.
Do so.
It is there. Please, ICT, can you?
What is your point of order, Honorable?
Order is that,
You can be seated,
there is
Honorable
there is
Tufosa.
a high demand that the ICT quality is not good. It is very slow and going down, and yet people are watching. This is the demand from those who are watching using their own gadgets.
Yeah, I note that the Honorable Member from Kaptumo Kaboy had informed me about the same, and the same is being rectified by the technical team, the ICT technical team. But piece of evidence for Honorable Trufosa.
As we are still waiting, I can still proceed on. The project, if you compare with the allocations, is terrible.
Is that the project that, okay, you can then therefore submit?
Can you still zoom it a bit? It is not that one. That project, we have and we have the posts inside. So anyway, the project, there's no value for money for that project. And what we were told in the ground is that the project was conflict of interest. One of the workers in Nandi County from the roads department is the one who was constructing that project, that culvert. So, yeah, that one. Honorable members, I think you can see how that culvert was installed. I think we have seen the stones and we have the both sides. And that project was allocated 1 million shillings. And that is how it is. So that is what is going on in Nandi County. And those are what we don't want. We want to eliminate those issues. So, honorable members, how can we deny this report while we are seeing such a kind of projects and yet the money has been pumped into that project? As we move on, there is a project also in Nandi Hills ward called Jeserikan Bridge in Nandi Hills. I think that bridge also has problems. Yeah, that is Jeserikan Bridge in Nandi Hills. That bridge, as per the report, is complete and operational. Honorable members, what can you say about that bridge? So there's no culverts, there's no what, so there's no value of money as you see that project the way it is. Honorable Speaker.
Information, Mr. Speaker. I want to inform the Honorable.
Whom will you want to inform? You want to inform the Honorable member from...
All House, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I don't want, you want to finish my time.
Apparently, he wants to inform the whole House. What is your point of information?
Concerning whatever has been projected.
Yes.
Yes.
What is it?
I wanted to know, Mr. Speaker, because this is the projection that is here is a serious matter. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know whether that projection was money allocated, was it a footbridge or it was a bridge? We wanted a clear. Was it a footbridge or it was?
Honorable Kevolwe, thank you for that information. Let the Honorable member from Kemelo Maraba complete. Thereafter, the Honorable Chairperson, the move of the motion, can be able to address that.
Honorable Speaker, that one is a bridge, not a footbridge. If it was a footbridge, then it could remain the way it was. So that is a bridge, and it was allocated money for that bridge. So it is a bridge, not a footbridge. Even in the budget, it is a footbridge. It is a bridge, not a footbridge. So may I proceed on? Honorable Speaker, we have so many issues pertaining roads. There is also another bridge in
Mr.
Speaker,
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable
Number
Martin?
90, clarity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as we congratulate the HADO committee for a well-done job, I think we should not write on our saliva when there is pen and ink.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is, Mr. Speaker, can the honorable member from Nandi Hills...
Honorable Martin Douglas, you out of order. The Honorable member from Nandi Hills is not on his feet. You can always raise a point of order once a Honorable member is on his or her feet. Honorable Trufosa, proceed, please.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Please don't waste my time. I still need to contribute. There is another bridge called Cheboite's House Bridge in Chepkumia. Please, ICT, can you project that one through the Speaker? Cheboite's House Bridge, and that one is in Chepkumia ward. We also want to see what happened in that bridge. Can you see that bridge? It is called Cheboite's House Bridge. So that bridge is complete and operational in Chepkumia ward. So that is the bridge, Cheboite's house. So honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Pardon?
Point of order in Chepkumia ward. I don't have such bridge in Chepkumia ward. It is malicious, and I don't have such. I have also a bridge. The members from this other committee never went to that.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
So I want I'm clearing, Honorable Speaker, is that we don't want to have lies in this house. Even if we agree to this house, there is nothing of the sort in that word of mine. And in any amount that we have been spending in that word, It is only, I have only 3 culverts in Jepkumia, and nothing has been paid. I can confess. So this is politics, it is malicious, it has no intention.
Honorable.
Honorable Sang, you raised your point of order.
Mr. Let's remain seated. Honorable Bet, let's remain seated.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Let's remain seated. A point of order has been raised by Honorable Sang. Honorable Trufosa, are you able to substantiate that?
Honorable, I want to substantiate. We went which were being given by the secretary of the club. We followed the budget. We never went out of the budget. All those projects are in the budget. How comes did that project, Chiboite's house, appear in the budget? If you don't know how it comes.
Honorable Speaker, I want to be very categorically, Honorable Speaker. The members of that committee never visited that ward.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. Point of order,
Mr. Speaker.
Whom do you want to inform now, Honorable?
Yes, I want to inform.
Honorable Bet, let's remain seated. Honorable Chairperson, the ad hoc, apparently the ad hoc has now been dissolved. The mover of the motion, Honorable Kerich. What is your point of information, Honorable Sarah?
Yes, I want to inform this House that I was the team leader. And we were going as per the projects which were there in the budget at the same time from the submission from the department. So when we were in that place, we asked for, where is Cheboite's house? The other end is Cheboite, and then this side is Saos. So they start bridge, we visited there. So the honorable member to lie to this House that the team never visited the place, that is a lie. You could only say, Mr. Sang, that you own the bridge, both of you, Kagoni and you, but not to deny.
Honorable.
Okay,
Sarah,
so I was there, member.
Point of order, very important information to tell.
Honorable Sarah, remain seated.
Mr. was one of the members who had a privilege to have a visit to that particular area. Fortunately, in that evening, one man, Honorable Wilson Sang, personally called me. And he said, that bridge doesn't exist. I personally served in that committee. I told him, and I informed the chair, could you kindly give us 3 members from your office, together with the ICT, we have a revisit to the place, to the thin air. Today, Honorable Sang is complaining. He has never reported back to the same information, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sang, is it true that
Honorable Speaker, point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Sang, is it true that you had a conversation with Honorable Bet?
Yeah, it is true that I called him. It is true, I called him, and I told him that is not in my word. He told me to write a letter. I came personally and informed the chairman. The chairman told me that you need to write a letter, and then maybe after the visit, we will come. I also informed honorable members that...
Honorable Sang, to cut the long story short, were you able to prepare that letter that you were directed by the chairperson?
No, they told me immediately after that, no.
Then I think, Honorable Sang, let the honorable member from Kemelo Maraba substantiate
Let me
her claims.
clarify some issues.
You will have your time, Honorable Matata. You will have a right of reply.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Whom do you want to inform, honorable member?
The Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just 1 minute. The Honorable member from... I want to inform, Mr. Speaker, the House, through the chair, that it is good, Mr. Speaker, that the revelation has come out, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable member of Chepkumia was not aware that the money was misappropriated in his ward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is him now to decide, Mr. Speaker, because the money was used, public funds was misused in his place, Mr. Speaker. Let him join the band, Mr. Speaker, and and support this move, Mr. Speaker, because the money has been misappropriated in his area, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of information, Honorable Speaker.
No.
I want to inform the
Honorable Bet. Honorable Bet, let Honorable Member from Kemelo Maraba submit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With point of orders from my colleagues, Honorable MCS, it is maybe Honorable Sang from Jepkumnya. We are not against you, Honorable Sang. Please, Honorable, all the county, all the projects in the county, we are not facing individual. Because we are following the budget. We never called the MCA, the area MCA, to tell us where this project is. Our work was to go up to where the project is. So, Honorable Sang, we are not after you. We need the value of money of Jepkumnya people. So, I think I'm clear. I've already led us down in this county of Nandi. We are really crying about. We have known where the wage bill came from. It has raised due to what we have heard from our Honorable Chair about the cost workers. Imagine somebody earning salary, he or she is not in work. How do you feel? How do you feel, honorable people? We came here to represent our people. So the services should be delivered to our people of Nandi. Please, honorable members, let's rescue Nandi. Nandi is in danger. Nandi is in danger. And there is no other person or other people who are going to save Nandi apart from this honorable house. We have VCT teachers who have been lamenting every now and then because of the salaries. Imagine an ECT teacher getting 10,000, 12,000 per month, while somebody who is not in job earning 135,000 monthly. Man of people. While those who are going to job from morning to evening, an ECT teacher earning 10 to 12,000. Surely, where are we heading as Nandi? Honorable members, let's support. The Bible says, if you know something which is correct and you fail to fulfill it, the fire will be on your head. Let's rescue Nandi, honorable members. Let's adopt this report for the sake of the people of Nandi. So, Honorable Speaker, I could still proceed on, but let me end there as I support this motion totally. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
I think I'd seen the microphone of, or was it a point of order from the member from Kurgunga? Probably, I think you wanted to raise a point of order. Your mic was on.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Please allow me to clarify something.
Yes, you can clarify, though you'll have your time in
right.
I
have my time, Honorable Speaker, but because these issues are unfolding, it is true and correct, Honorable Speaker, me complaining on this issue to do with Che Boite Saos. I'm the one, Honorable Speaker, that I instructed him, and we agreed on phone, that do a letter to the ad hoc committee chair so that to avoid speculations and maybe tainting our names, I told him, do a letter to the chair, ad hoc, so that I will prepare another team under your guidance to visit the site for the second time. He never did that. So, and we are not on our terms of reference, Mr. Speaker, we are not against any member. And we are not doing this we are not malicious. What we did as per our terms of reference, we were seeing the budget of 22-23 and 23-24. And if there are anybody who has done wrong to...
Order, honorable members. Honorable Martin, Honorable Martin Douglas, could you please resume your seat?
If there is anybody, is the department that forwarded the wrong information to this house. It is not the honorable members. It is the department to be blamed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that honorable member from Nandi, Honorable Bitok.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I take also this chance to thank the entire team of ATOC, led by the chairman, the vice chair, and I belong to the same committee. Motion of adopting this motion that everything was shocking. Me, I'm shocked when you visit Yevoite, shocking, and everything is shocking. So the only thing I want to tell the honorable members is to support this motion. Due to things that we've come through and we have seen, the people of Nandi have also seen them. There is nothing that we are still saying, can you project this, and this. They saw when we are doing the interrogation, and you have also noted. And your conscience tells you something. It tells you something. Even the subconscious mind tells you something is wrong. And I sympathize even to the appointing authority in what have been missed in our Nandi County. So, Mr. Speaker, whatever it has been found, I urge honorable members to support this motion. When you see everything is shocking, and I'm shocked that it made me even to reduce some kilos while we are going through all these processes. It is very shocking.
Continue, honorable.
Yeah, everything is shocking. Jevoite, Sawas, very shocking. And everything that we visited was very shocking. So, Mr. Speaker, may I urge the House to support this motion in order things to run well. Otherwise, may God guide you and give you knowledge and give you that art of seeing the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Whom do you want to inform, Honorable Martin?
The Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with due respect, Mr. Speaker, and basing on the fact that, Mr. Speaker, there are so many allegations in your ward that has actually, I don't see, Mr. Speaker, and being by
Honorable Martin, you are out of order. You go on, or you are out of order, Honorable. Honorable Bet, you are fit, you are not fit. Honorable Martin, you are out of order. Honorable Bet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of noise, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, can you console in low tone? Continue, Honorable Bet.
Mr. Speaker, allow me, before I give my presentation, with all due respect, allow me say the second verse of our standard prayer in the standing order. Allow me read, Mr. Speaker, the second, say the prayer in, let me read it. Let your blessings descend upon us here, assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so Jersey, the faithful, among us to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our county and of those whose interests you've committed to our church. Mr. Speaker, I'm reading it because it is a responsibility of this House that we seek guidance from our Heavenly Father in our daily discharge of our constitutional role. Mr. Speaker, we are here because we represent people who gave us an opportunity to serve in this House. Article 1 of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the people donated power to us to indirectly represent the people from across the 30 wards, and including special groups that were nominated to serve for the interests of special groups in this House, Mr. Speaker. When we came to this House, we took an oath. And I want to remind members of this House of Article 3 of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Defense of the Constitution. Every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, every member, the 44 members of us that were seated in this house, we took an oath to defend the Constitution of Kenya. And the same Constitution again, if violated by any public officer, there are repercussions of the same. A number of issues has been raised and violation of Constitution and other laws, including the County Government Act and the PFM Act, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, today we must make an history. Like Winston Churchill said, when the history shall be written, because I'm almost writing history, only a decision, an extraordinary decision, Nandi, cannot be changed by lies, Mr. People, Mr. Speaker. The destiny of Nandi cannot be changed by bribes, Mr. Speaker. The destiny of Nandi, Mr. Speaker, lies with us, and we must make a decision. One thing that is worrying me as a person, Mr. Speaker, why are the members of the executive for the last 1 week running day and night to try and lobby members to vote in their favor? Why? If each and every CEO and CECs knows very clearly that they have discharged their mandate according to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of members Article 185, honorable members. Do not be instill fear to think there is any power that can stop you from discharging your mandate. Article 185 of our Constitution, Mr. Oba. Article 185, Mr. Speaker, legislative authority of county assemblies. The legislative authority of county assemblies is vested in and exercised by this county assembly. Is there anywhere written in this Constitution that the legislative authority is vested in the executive and the directive from the executive? Not written in this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind members, Section 9 of County Government Act, so that some people cannot be threatened in the course of discharging their duties. Role of County Assembly, Section 9 of County Government Act, Chapter 265. A member of County Assembly shall maintain close contact with the electorate and consult them on issues before or under discussion in the County Assembly. Honorable members of this House.
Honorable Beta, I just had to refer that it is
County Government Act.
Cap 265.
County Government, chapter 265.
Really? Are you certain about that?
Yes, it is, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
County Government Act, Section 9. I want to send a message to honorable members that before you make a decision today, did you apply Section 9(1) of the county government? Did you consult your people before you vote? Or did you consult member of any executive? 2, present views, opinions, and proposals of the electorate to the county assembly. Views of the electorates, not of the CEO and the CEC, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, attend sessions of the county assembly and its committees. Mr. Speaker, today some members, I don't want to quote, have been away in the assembly because of matters that we've been dealing in this house. But they have just come to vote against their own people today, and they have disappeared for the last month. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Member from
Number 90,
Honorable Bet, remain seated, please.
I think it's in order for the Honorable Member. Is he insinuating that he already knows
how people will be voting today in this particular house. I think we are still debating. It's in order for him, he's supposed to prosecute this matter and to convince members whether to vote or not vote. But instead of predicting what other members will be.
I thought I heard the honorable member from
Mr. Speaker.
Kapchorwa. Will you please substantiate the same? So
I have
that,
not talked of voting. I have said they've come to make a decision. But if I have injured you, my good friend, Honorable Esra, if I have injured you, allow me continue reading.
Address the chair, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, 9D, section 9D, provide a linkage between the county assembly and the electorates on public service delivery. And E, extend professional knowledge, experience, specialized knowledge to any issue for discussion in the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, these are defining moments for all of us. Defining moment that we must make a decision. I do not want to get into details of the entire report, Mr. Speaker. I come from Nandi sub-county, where they purport to have put up a maternity in Kaptien. It doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker. I come from Nandi sub-county, where there is a national museum, Koitalil, where that museum belongs to the national government. It has been gazetted. What we normally do is CSR. Money was siphoned through non-existent maintenance of the same facility. Mr. Speaker, I come from Nandil Kapse and Water Project. Money has been misappropriated. Money has been what do we say? Eaten. But that is a term that I do not want to use.
Honorable Martin, I fear that, Honorable Martin, I fear that I may have you withdrawn from the chambers, please.
Mr. Speaker,
I withdraw
this
and
is not a
apologize.
market,
I
Honorable
withdraw
Martin.
and apologize, Mr. Speaker.
It is not a marketplace where you can shout. Honorable Beta, proceed.
Mr.
I note
Speaker,
that
Mr.
your time
Speaker,
is up,
sir.
but I'll add you 4 minutes
I
because
would really appreciate
you've had
Mr. Speaker.
a number of interruptions.
Thank you. I feel humbled. Honorable members of this House, we have a history to write. We have an opportunity to do things right. Today, we want to stand very firm and defend 9 members and leave millions, 900, 885, 781, the population, mass population of Nandi County. We want to leave 885,711 population density as per the 2019 census, Mr. Speaker, and start here to struggle and defend 9 people that they serve in the executive. Honorable members, your people are looking at you. Before you make decision, remember that single mother that walked out of the hospital to come and vote for you. Before you make a decision, remember that old woman who could not walk to go and make a decision at a ballot to vote for you with a trust that you are going to defend them. Remember that person who has nothing, who walks to our public hospitals to look for drugs, and they are told to go to the chemist, a chemist that belongs to the CU and the CEC, the same people that were supposed to put drugs in our dispensaries. Honorable members, you'll never go wrong for doing the right thing. Let it go into history that we elected people who are ready to work. And Mr. Speaker, when Jesus Christ was still on earth, he said, I've come to do the work that my Father sent me to do. Honorable members, do the work that your people send you to do. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between a job and a work. When you do job, the gain of having a job is finances, and that is a salary. And the gain of working is fulfillment. Fulfill the dreams and the desires of your people. Fulfill the dreams and the desires of the people. Mr. Speaker, let us fulfill the dreams and the desires of the people of Nandi. Let us not shame them. Mr. Speaker, if I am to die for this cause, let me die for it. If I am to die for this cause, let me die for it. The heavens will get me free. Let us do the right thing, honorable members. Let us not buy fear in this house, Mr. Speaker. We are protected by the Constitution. Nobody will ever remove you from the party list for making a decision that the Kenya Kwanza led by our president, has stood very firm on national forums to speak about corruption in our counties and the national level. And we stand by that. Any corruptive public officer should go home. Mr. Speaker, I make my submissions. As I pray for you to make wise decision, considering that people gave you an opportunity, may God bless this county, and may God guide you as you make decision. Make decision that is in tandem with the people that you represent. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Honorable member from Kaptel Kamoyo, Honorable Kipto Bet.
Thank you.
Finally, your time is here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I arise to strongly support the motion by our HEPO Chair, Honorable Matata-led committee. Honorable Speaker, I was part of the HADO committee, Honorable Speaker. And we really transfers all the words. I have never been to Tinderet, Honorable Speaker. But it was really an opportunity for me to go, transfers, and see in person the projects that has been alleged in the papers. It is complete and operational, Honorable Speaker. I went till the end of Mosop, Kamasai, Chepterwai Ward, Honorable Speaker, looking for the project which is on the papers, but on the ground, it is nowhere to be seen, Honorable Speaker. For real, Honorable Speaker, the great people of Nandi are suffering. And this is the high time we at the Honorable House, we support this HADO committee report. It will not be in vain. Let the executive hate us, but the great people of Nandi will love us. And the court will bless us, Honorable Speaker, for standing with them. Honorable Speaker, during the witnesses' submission, one of the witnesses says, we have a mass grave. We buried more than 300 persons during COVID season. I want to urge the honorable members, those who want to throw away this HADOC report, that if you have a location, if your family member was buried in a mass grave, kindly throw away this HADOC report. If your roads are passable, you have marams in your roads, kindly throw away this report. If you have complete projects, water in your home states, throw away this report. Honorable Speaker, we have no drugs. We have no medicine in the hospitals. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge these honorable members, if you are aware, we have drugs in hospitals. We have everything in hospital. Our mothers are okay. Our children are okay. Kindly do this HADOC report. We are willing. We are willing. We have tried our best. Honorable Speaker, I have tried my best as a member of Kaptel Kamuiwa. And history will judge me. I will get blessings. Throw away this report. Throw away. God will bless me in heaven. I will seek the leeway to go to heaven. I could have washed my hands, Honorable Speaker. I will wash my hands. I don't want my children to be cast for supporting the executive. We are not flower boys. We are not flower girls, Honorable Speaker. We are not doing eco massage. We are talking on behalf of the great people of Nandi, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member, calm down, please.
I feel for the great people of Nandi, Honorable Speaker. Really, it is very, very painful. An honorable member. It is very painful, an honorable member standing up supporting impunity. If loyalty is supporting impunity, I distance myself, Honorable Speaker. If loyalty is supporting bad roads, I distance myself, Honorable Speaker. If loyalty is supporting hospital, no drugs, I distance myself, Honorable Speaker. This is the time we need to tell ourselves the truth. The Haddock Committee was given powers equivalent to that of High Court. This was the sophisticated committee which went beyond the DCI to investigate, to request the production of the documents, Honorable Speaker, which was not able to be investigated by the sectoral committees. Honorable Speaker, I have never felt pain like today, Honorable Speaker. I remember the 30 days you were given us in this floor of the House to go around all the projects to seek the watertight evidence. This is a voluminous document. It is even bigger than the Bible, Honorable Speaker. Don't let down this ad hoc report. In humble submission, in my humble prayers, honorable members, it is because of the great people of our lovely great county of Nandi. Let us do the right thing, and the history will judge us. If you do the right thing, let the committee distance us. I will do my part. Let them draw away this committee report. Draw away. Let them not come and complete or do any project in Capital Kamoywa. But I could have washed my hands. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank Honorable Matata, the Chair Haddock Committee. You really work with zeal, energy, zest, like the castrated police of Spain, Honorable Speaker, to produce this very voluminous, detailed report. Honorable Speaker, I beg to totally support this ad hoc report. Will hold my body parts, brains, and everything, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Hassan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my comments on the ad hoc committee report on investigation that was going on from the ad hoc committee. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank the chair and the whole committee members for the work they did. It's today that I'm hearing they did more than overtime hours and the conditions they were in as honorable members. We commend you for that job. Well done. Honorable Speaker, they have brought to the House a long-awaited report with voluminous documents that we had to go through. Even though I was expecting, Honorable Speaker, you give them more time to explain, because to explain more time so that we will not have more questions for us who are not following of the proceedings of the ad hoc committee. Honorable Speaker, the report is emotive in Nandi County. And I have to say that for me, when we passed the ad hoc committee to do the investigative report, and we gave them the 2 years to do the report of development, in my head, Honorable Speaker, 2 weeks, right? In my head, Honorable Speaker, I was thinking that they will come with the budget. For example, allow me to be selfish for a minute there, Honorable Speaker. I'm an elected member of Kabuareng Ward. So they will come to Kabuareng Ward, put down the years of 2022, 2023. This is the budget, and this is what was done. This is what was not done. This is what is ghost projects. That is, in my head, that was what I was planning. But the ad hoc committee went way above and beyond the scope in my head. Because I wanted to go to explain to my people in Kabuareng Ward that in 2 years, since I was elected, this is what was budgeted, and this is what was done. This is not what is not done. This is still pending. It will be a good report for me to go share with the people of Kabuareng Ward. But in this report, Honorable Speaker, the only things I have is Koibarak Dispensary, which they put 2.5 million was budgeted at Koibarak Dispensary for fencing and electrification and plumbing. I don't know of which year and then they put somewhere pending. So I don't know which year that was budgeted, but that was not in since I became the MCA. That was beyond. They put something about abolition block of 500,000. Honorable Speaker, as a member of Kabwareng, I can confirm that the abolition block is at Koibarak Dispensary and is built and is operational. Even though it took long, but it's there and operational. Honorable Speaker, that's the only thing about Kabwareng Ward. So I really don't have anything that I can carry from this report to take to Kabwareng Ward and explain to my people who elected me about this report. But I'm glad I'm here today, and the report has been tabled, and we have been able to go through it. And I want to thank the honorable member who projected an ECD. I don't know if we can project that ECD so I can just see what year it was. The ICT.
Point of inquiry, Honorable Speaker.
What do you want to inquire,
Honorable Speaker, we are receiving calls and SMS that there is a technical itch on the live coverage.
And Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, we have all the reasons to worry, Mr. Speaker. You know, anything is possible in this county, Mr. Speaker. Anything is possible, Mr. Speaker. If the mass grave can be purported to have been bought at 170 million, Mr. Speaker, then even the Safaricom people, Mr. Speaker, can be compromised in this county, Mr. Speaker.
Be seated, Honorable Martin. Honorable Kogo and Honorable Martin, I hear your sentiments. Indeed, Honorable Mosbey had Honorable Mosbey had initially raised that issue. It is true that our system has been experiencing some downtime, but you'll also appreciate that when the Honorable member from Kaptumo Kabwe raised that issue, it was the same was rectified. But it is a system that keeps going down, but I have instructed the ICT, they're working on it. So you may proceed, Honorable Hassan. And in the meantime, you can project the requested part of evidence by Honorable Member from Kabwareng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If the ICT can just project the ECD that was projected there earlier. I can't remember where it was from, but I think it was Honorable Member from Cheptorai. Yeah, can you just project that so I can, the mouth is not mine. Chepsaita, correct. So, Honorable Speaker, on there it's written County Government of Nandi 2014-2015. Honorable Speaker, I was not even the MCA. I don't know if the governor was the current governor. I don't know if the CEO or the CEC for education was the current one right now. I don't know.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Point of it.
Allow me.
Now that Honorable Hassan, would you wish the Honorable Member from Chepterwai, now that you mentioned Chepterwai, to inform you?
Yes.
Please proceed, Honorable Tololei.
Thank you so much. In my submissions, I said the Honorable CEC has been receiving information from the ward education officers about the risk at which the children are under. And under her jurisdiction, the Honorable Member from Kabwareng can tell me that those children can stay in that condition just because it was of 2014-2015.
Thank you very much for the information, Honorable
Well,
Member.
proceed then.
Now that you've informed me, can you also inform me if you budgeted for the same to be repaired? I can denote 30 seconds for her.
Are you calling for her to inform you?
If she budgeted, so because that building was built in 2014, 2015.
Accuracy your facts.
It's now damaged.
Accuracy your facts.
Honorable
Did we pass a budget in this house?
Honorable Tolole remains seated. Honorable Bet, you seem to be raising a point of
Is
order.
it in order for the Honorable
Hassan,
Member from
resume your seat.
Kabwareng to ask you, Honorable Tolole, if she budgeted?
Order, honorable members.
Is it the role of a member of County Assembly from Chepterwai to budget for Kabwareng?
Honorable. Thank you very much for that question. Thank you very much
Hassan.
for that question, Honorable Member. My question is, have we passed a budget to repair that building that was damaged? Because it was built long time ago, is now damaged. Have we passed in this house a budget to repair that building? And it's
Point
not
of order
done.
on accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Martin.
Honorable
just
Speaker.
On
resume
accuracy
your
of
seat.
facts, Mr. Speaker.
Resume
Honorable
your seat
Speaker.
as he tries to respond to the issues raised by the honorable member from Kapchorwa.
Honorable Speaker, I'm asking so that I make an informed decision. I understand how emotive this place is right now with the report, but I want to make an informed decision for myself. So the question is, from the other committee who are doing investigation, was it budgeted, or what was the expectation from the CEC or the CEO to repair the building with, so that the children can be better?
Mr. Speaker,
off? As a house,
Point of order,
information,
accuracy
Mr.
of facts,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Martin.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, it is in the common knowledge, it is in the common knowledge, Mr. Speaker, even if there is no budget for such a building, Mr. Speaker, there is an emergency fund, Mr. Speaker. You see, any sensible public officer, Mr. Speaker. You see, based on the pictures, Mr. Speaker, and if he's got the heart of the children of this county at heart, Mr. Speaker, she should have prioritized, Mr. Speaker, the emergency funds as asked by the honorable member to take care of that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, here, the money was squandered, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Hassan.
Let me inform.
Are you now ably informed?
Let me inform.
Or will you also wish to be informed by...
Let me inform Honorable Kagoni. Honorable Speaker, in our budget, we had 14 million that was made for such kind of scenarios. I think that one is okay. The last financial year.
Noted. I think honorable member from Kabwareng and the entire House, I believe you're now well informed. Proceed, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, they have talked about emergency funding for buildings like those. They have talked about 14 million from this House that was done for works like that. But to my knowledge, Honorable Speaker, and I was going through the budget here, that was money allocated for the pending or ongoing works, for works that was not completed. Is this part of that project?
Honorable Hassan, I believe the honorable member said that there is emergency funds. He has talked of emergency funds and not the 40 million that was budgeted.
Oh, not
probably.
the 40. So there's emergency fund in the Department of Education to handle stuff like this. Thank you very much. Now I can go on. I'm doing this because, Honorable Speaker, the volume of documents that have been brought here is humongous for me to read through it very fast and capture it. So I'm glad that the committee is here to verify. So let me go back to Finance Department. Honorable Speaker, the Finance Department was supposed to submit documents here, quarterly reports, financial quarterly reports to this House. And they did not do it. So as honorable members and due diligence, did anybody from the House go back to the Finance Department and say, you have not been submitting these reports here quarterly? For example, the Finance Committee. Did they ask the Finance CEC and the CEO that you're supposed to be submitting quarterly reports here in this House? You haven't been. Or we waited until
Point of
years
information,
later.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm making an informed decision.
Honorable, would you want to be informed? Would you want to be informed by the honorable
I have a
member?
lot of questions here. If they can wait, I ask them and then they will inform me later. If you allow me, Honorable Speaker.
So
Because
it's declined. So proceed.
Thank you very much.
Either yes or no.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So the question is, did anybody in this House, this third House, go to the Finance CEC and CEO and say the reports that you're supposed to be submitting in this House quarterly, you have not been doing it? Just due diligence. Maybe because they forgot, maybe it was an overpass, I don't know. But did we do that as a House and a committee? The issue of wage bill has been raised in this report, Honorable Speaker. And again, in my head, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
The wage bill.
What is your point of order, Honorable Minor?
On accuracy of facts.
Under which standing order?
Accuracy.
Okay.
Is the member in order to insinuate that this House is supposed to go and look for the CEC when the law provides that he shall, I want to repeat, shall submit quarterly reports. That is the operative term, shall submit.
That is which law, Honorable Isaiah Minor?
We are looking at not only PFM, even the Constitution itself
Chair
provides as much. It is the PFM 166, I think, on which the original motion, which I think many members are very glad to stand up. Okay, thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Hassan.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
I don't wish to be informed anymore. because
Honorable Hassan.
I want to inform the House. I want to inform the House, Mr. Speaker.
Just hold your horses. Honorable Hassan, the Honorable Member from Olesos has raised a point of order whether you in order to insinuate that the Honorable Members, or rather the finance team, did go to meet the CEC in charge of finance and economic planning for the submission of those quarterly reports.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Because we are not being vindictive, and you know somebody needs to submit something to you, it's just a courtesy call. I was just asking if that courtesy call happened or did not happen.
Point of information, Mr.
It is,
Speaker.
for me, I am making my informed
Point of information,
decision
Mr. Speaker.
as I decide what to do, Honorable Speaker.
Point
and
of
I was just
information.
asking this. I think we should have that engagement. We
Uh,
should have that
Honorable-
engagement. If
Honorable
that engagement
Tarbey,
is not there,
Honorable
then
Tarbey,
you can just say the engagement is not
Honorable
there.
Hassan,
We wait until you fail, and then we come for you.
Well,
That's
Honorable
all.
Hassan, Honorable Tarbey, whom do you want to inform?
The House, Mr. Speaker.
Please, kindly inform.
Mr. Speaker, being part of the committee.
Order, Honorable Members. Honorable Kevolo, a member from Kiptuya.
Being part
and,
of the
Martin.
Having been part of the committee, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that it is in record of this Honorable House that the question being asked by the Honorable Member was asked. And it is in record that the CC confirmed that he has been submitting to the other offices, but he has not been submitting to this Honorable House. It is in record, Mr. Speaker, and the record can be instructed, Mr.
Well,
Speaker.
I think now the House is well informed. Honorable Hassan, proceed.
It is in record, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for answering that. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, let me move to the wage bill. The wage bill, I was actually questioning if this is the problem of a finance or the employing authority. And who takes the blame here, Honorable Speaker? Can I ask that the ad hoc committee take this down so they don't keep informing me? Then they'll just inform me.
Honorable Hassan, for a matter of information, there is no ad hoc committee. This is now property of the House.
Thank you.
And the ad hoc committee was dissolved.
Thank you very much. So the members will in the chair of the former ad hoc committee can just brief.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable?
I want to inquire.
Under what standing order? Are you inquiring something or
Yes,
raising a point of
I
order?
want to seek information, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Is it in order for the honorable member to begin crafting his rules for this House, that the ad hoc committee members keep taking notes so that you will ask me later? That attitude alone, Mr. Speaker, is very unsettling, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Hassan, kindly restrain yourself from such utterances. These are Honorable House.
Honorable Speaker, I thought we could dialogue here and get to an amicable solution, but they can do point of orders. They have the right. We have a House of Rules and Regulations. They have a right to
Just make your submission now, Honorable Hassan.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, let me go to the Health Department. There was a question raised about a CDF building that was built by the CDF, and then the committee that was there could not get the documents. So I was wondering, do they want the documents from the CDF office or from the Waziri Health? Let me go to FIF fund. Honorable Speaker, I don't know if the FIF funds is used to buy drugs. Is that the act that we passed here? Was it the one we dedicated it to pass drugs? And does it have a committee that is in charge of the FIF fund, or is it the CEO or the CEC in charge of the FIF fund, so that we're putting blames in the right people. Honorable Speaker, there was an audio services that we offer at the Kapsabet Referral Hospital here, where there was a charge for the M-Pesa. But I thought the services were free, but the devices has to be paid for. So if they find that you cannot hear well, you will pay for the services, for the devices of hearing, to help the hearing aids. So those devices need to be charged, and they're being paid by those partners. So was that wrong in the investigation? Honorable Speaker, the Public Service Board...
Honorable Hassan, I note that your time is up, but because of those lengthy interruptions, I'll add you 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
a point of information, Mr. Speaker.
You want to inform the Honorable
Yes,
member?
there is some...
Honorable Hassan, will you wish to be informed?
No,
there is something you have just asked it, Mr. Honorable Kago.
Honorable Sarah, the Honorable member from Kabwareng has declined to be informed.
I just wanted to tell him FIF money, the signatory is the CEO.
Honorable Sarah, you're out of order. You will, the move of the motion will have an opportunity to address that. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, when I was elected here, the Nandi County Youth Service Program was already ongoing. That was already ongoing. So with a set of regulations and approved by the Second County Assembly. So did it require for us to approve again that program for it to continue? And this is just of the House, because in the documents they say it was not approved, or they failed to do it this part. Honorable Speaker, I understand this is emotive issues, and we're going to make decisions that are going to affect the Nandi County people and affect how the county operates. Very, very unfortunate that at the time when this board, the committee was being formed, about 1,800 workers were sent home by the Nandi County Service Board, which we approve those members in this House. I think the names are brought to this House and then we approve them. The names are brought by the governor, we approve those names, and then they go do the board. So I don't understand. Are they in charge of the payroll, or between the county assembly and the board members, who has the authority to appoint people to be in the board? And I'm aware that His Excellency the Governor also already brought names in this House that we need to approve. So is that being affected? There was an issue of one Arusei, who I thought was a retired teacher, or TSC teacher, and was not in leave of absence. So the difference between retired and leave of absence. Honorable Speaker, last year, this House appropriated funds, about 14 million, to build a morgue.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
And what is your point of order, Honorable Keter?
Understanding order number 90, accuracy of fact. Can an honorable member from Kabwareng confirm to this House whether the name, the person who is mentioning as retired, as purported to? Any document showing that the member of that board shows the retirement?
Well, Honorable Hassan, will you be able to substantiate that?
Honorable Speaker, I was asking a question. I said I thought she was a retired TSC employee, not on leave of absence. So if they have the document saying she was on leave of absence, they can just produce for me, and I'm good on my making decisions. Honorable Speaker, so nothing is there. Honorable Speaker, let me just handle variations from how I understand what variations is, especially on multi-year projects. So multi-year projects is the project that will take 5 years, 10 years to complete. Because of inflation, because of dollar exchange rate, because of all the prices that changes, you will get variations in projects. So during the investigation of the committee that was just dissolved, Honorable Speaker, I don't know if this was put in order, or per the PFM Act, 25% is allowed per variation, which can be budgeted the following year. Was that not followed? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg.
Well.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Apparently, he has resumed his seat.
Yes, even to the House.
Honorable Sarah, you cannot raise a point of order to the House unless if you want to inform the Honorable House.
Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the House.
Proceed then.
Yes, the honorable member who was just there, I've asked so many questions. Whom does he want to answer that question, and when are those questions going to be answered? Because he has just left us with questions that he needs to be answered. Who is to answer the questions? Is it you, the Speaker? Is it any other member in this House to answer him? Because he says that he's waiting for the answers so that he will make a decision. So who is going
Point of information, Honorable
answer
Speaker.
him?
Let the honorable member wind
I want
up
to inform him.
informing
Ah,
the
Honorable
House.
Speaker.
Let her complete.
I
and
don't
then-
need information. Yeah. So you cannot put an information on top of another information. I just wanted to secure the member who says that he just wants to have answers for him to make a decision. So my question was,
Honorable
who is to
Sarah,
answer him? Yes.
Honorable Sarah, it is the move of the motion who will have an opportunity to respond to any issue that was not clarified at the time of moving the motion. So the honorable member from Kapsabet will have that opportunity.
I cannot assist as the vice chair.
You cannot. It is only the move of the motion who will have the right
And
of
if
reply.
I can do it better than him,
Honorable Sarah, Honorable Sarah, resume your seat.
She has no confidence with the chair.
Honorable member from Olesos.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. May I take this opportunity to express my uttermost appreciation and indicate to this House, to this honorable House, that indeed I stand with a lot of gratitude, having been given the opportunity to serve in the committee whose mandate just lapsed the other day. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether to be sad or to be happy. I do not know. The situation is such that it's very distressing. I find it disturbing, Honorable Speaker, that somehow we find ourselves in a situation where there has to be contention. I recall, Honorable Speaker, when the motion on a matter of county importance was brought, and you put the question, despite the fact that quite a number of, there was no one who had disagreed. Members stood up because they wanted to be counted. They wanted to be counted in as far as the services to our people or lack of it is concerned. They stood up. I saw many people who stood up. So today, the reason why I'm wondering whether to be happy or sad is because I wonder, what does it mean to be honorable? Just exactly what does it mean? Honorable Speaker, then we have now brought to you, to the House, the sad state of affairs. It is so long, the story can be very long. But the reality is, even when we are saying that medicines are not in our hospitals, last financial year, the Department of Health overshot its budget way above what this House appropriated by nearly 500 million. 500 million is not small change. Honorable Speaker, I had the opportunity to visit some projects, and I would like, probably in quick succession, because I know time really runs. Lamaiwa. And we had the pleasure of being taken around by the area MCA. And you know, he's a bit fast, Honorable Speaker, so we were struggling to catch up with him as we were going into the bushes to see where Nandi money has been sunk, but no services. Do we have it?
The ICT, will you please project that?
So could you just zoom it and probably take us to... So there is quite a bit of water, and go on to the area where we are supposed to have a pump and so on. And there it is. And quite a lot of millions have gone there. There is even an audio which is supposed to be there, but we don't have time for it. I have had a member asking, in which year was this done? I would like to say it does not actually matter. Any project which has not been closed is an active project. You cannot pour money into a project and leave it there and then remove it from the budget without the services to the wananchi. It's a sad situation. I had also the opportunity of going to Enego, the dispensary plus the water project. Honorable Speaker, 8 million shillings, not a drop. That is in Koyon Durio. Not a drop. I will be very happy today. I do recall, Honorable Speaker, that the honorable member from that area mentioned to us, and he said, and I will quote in Kalenjin, Aluguijit. Let us see today what he will do. This is the dispensary, Honorable Speaker. This one here is a project that has got some conflict. It's a good project, but the county executive budgeted 800,000 for it. And look at how it is. They even took some things that will be lying there. But I would like you to show us the pipe where Enego project ended after. You don't take it away from there. There is the Enego project. It is in the same place. There. That was what happened after spending 5 million. Then they had just gone. When the committee went there, then the department went on and allocated some more money to supposedly finish it. There is a certain, the dispensary I asked you about, ICT. Mr. Speaker, there is that dispensary. Is it Kapkaringon or it's it's this one. This one. What we are saying, Honorable Speaker, is that Nandi has lost much more in what it has not gotten than even these projects. We should actually be discussing about what we have lost. And if there is any member here, any member at all, who somehow, and I would like to beseech you, so I'd like to speak in a low tone. Please, looking at this is Kabiyet. And remember the honorable majority informed this house how happy he is that the Nandi people have been able to give him 7-point-something million, courtesy of his seat. And not only that, that he gets an opportunity to use a public vehicle. Same to some others who are supposed to be minority. And the reading of minority here is supposed to be an alternative view. Maybe it is the time for this house to reconsider whether or not we actually have a minority, because we pay for these offices. We pay, Nandi people pay. They pay for these offices to check. We, honorable members, came here to check the executive. We are supposed to check the executive. We are not bedfellows with the executive. Let me end by saying the following, Honorable Speaker, and I would like to you to indulge me also with just so much as I didn't get any disturbance, a few more minutes, just to say that how I wish if this house knew that probably they didn't want to know what ails us. Maybe if we really do not want, because there is this thing called what you don't know does not kill you. Maybe that's what we wanted. We really did not want to know our problems. Maybe we didn't want to know that the CECs are incompetent. Maybe we didn't want to know that the CEOs are incompetent. We requested for the information on how the CEOs were employed. It was not forthcoming. We requested for the statements from Nandi youth, not forthcoming. We requested for the electronic funds transfer reports, not forthcoming. Honorable members, we have a choice to make. If we are going to be a house of honor, particularly so, those of us who stood up in the motion of county importance, those of us who stood up for the formation of the ad hoc, those of us who would like to see a better Nandi, let it be known today. Let it be known who is for impunity. The vote today is for impunity or for progress. Choose. Choose where you will be. I'm happy that I see elders, those that I sit together with in church. I am happy that I see Dorcas. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy that I see honorable ladies married to pastors. I am happy that we have people here who would like to stand by the truth. This is the truth. Honorable Speaker, I shouldn't end without saying this. I know I've taken too long. The question of emoluments. That department is completely made up of
2 minutes, Honorable Member. 2 minutes, please.
The CEO is acting. The director of HR is acting. The payroll manager, not known. The board chair is acting or has been missing. And to answer the question by my brother, this lady presented herself to the second assembly without informing them that she had not retired. I would like to confirm that she is retired now, but she was not retired when she took up the job. There are two others who are still working, and I should want to tell you, one of the board members is actually a fully employed P&P in the payroll as a director. deputy director. Yet you know, Honorable Speaker, that any director, any person in the board is supposed to act to be there on 6-year contract, non-renewable. Honorable members, let us move Nandi forward. Stand with the truth. Stand for justice. Stand for equity. Stand for fairness. Let the devil be ashamed and defeated. That is what we should do today. If we do anything else, posterity will judge us very harshly. Very. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion. And before I do that, Mr. Speaker, I want to take an opportunity to thank this House for considering me to serve in the ad hoc committee whose mandate has just ended. And I also want to take this opportunity also to thank our able chair for steering us through a process, the times that were very, very difficult. They were very turbulent. They were energy sapping. But today we have a report that has been tabled and we are now debating it. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't wish also to forget to thank my colleagues whom we serve together, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also don't want to forget the staff you gave us. You and the clerk gave us a very able team of clerks. You know, when the report was tabled yesterday, I heard somebody somewhere saying that these people, or rather this committee, got some assistance from some professional lawyers somewhere. I want to assure this House, those professionals, those lawyers, those advocates are within us, the members whom we served in the committee, and most importantly, the very capable staff that we have in Nandi County Assembly. They did a very splendid job under circumstances which were not easy. Mr. Speaker, for you also to balance between guiding us and being neutral, I'm very sure it was a very, very tight rope, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the leadership of this House. Even the board, much as our representatives in the board, at one point, they appeared not to be supportive, but nonetheless, they gave us the support. I want to thank each and everyone for that. Mr. Speaker, the report that we are having and that we are debating did not come from the blue, Mr. Speaker. It came out of the processes, the legal avenues that we usually have within this House. Remember, there was a motion of county importance that we all unanimously supported. We went all the way to Nakuru to do a report, and for the first time, all of us sat very patiently, very diligently, and came up with a report that we adopted in this House. All of us were very proud that indeed we've done a good job and that we are headed in the right direction and that we had a problem somewhere. Mr. Speaker, we have two arms of government in the devolution structure. That is us, the Assembly, and the Executive. We were also unanimous through various reports presented by the various chairmen and women who are very able. We received very, very damning reports, very disturbing reports that various chairs moved and we adopted. Mr. Speaker, I'm not very lucky because I'm not a chair of any committee. But I was very, very supportive, Mr. Speaker. In the committee that I sit, education, administration, I think those two. And our able chairs gave us very good reports, and we all noted that there was a problem. It is from that problem that we had the terms of reference, Mr. Speaker, for this committee. There were 5 terms of reference. It was not very easy to distinguish between those TROs. For instance, looking at the Department of Agriculture and trying to distinguish it from NARIC P, the infamous NARIC P, that when the report by the Department of Agriculture was tabled, everybody was baying for blood. And when I say baying for blood, it is not literal. We were saying something was wrong there. Statements had been sought previously. There was no cooperation. We were also unanimous that the quarterly reports have never been brought to this house ever since we got elected. And we had to go out of our way. Now today we have the baby. And the baby is the ad hoc report that we are debating. It was very acrimonious, the manner in which the ad hoc committee was created. But we all put all our differences aside of that day. Most of the MCAs cooperated in guiding us to go to various projects. So I want to urge this honorable house, I want to urge the elected members of this house, I want to urge the nominated members of this house who are nominated to represent various sectors of the Nandi society, Mr. Speaker, that we adopt this report unanimously without necessarily putting questions, because we are not from the moon, Mr. Speaker, or rather putting to vote. We are not from the moon, Mr. Speaker. We all know what ails us, Mr. Speaker. We've looked at, today I'm very sure most of you had not looked at the picture of the grader at Komatsu. A grader that was moving, I don't know, for lack of a better word, on its feet, or on its wheels, from the Department of Roads. And today, as I speak now, it is a shell. It is a shell. And maybe just for a reminder, let us project that grader at Komatsu so that we see whether we've not, or rather, the Constitution has not been violated. Because one of the provisions of the Constitution is that a public officer is a custodian of the assets of this particular county. Mr. Speaker, when you look at such, you wonder who is in charge. And it was admitted by the same department that indeed that grader now is something else. It is a shell. Now, Mr. Speaker, for us to continue in the same manner, because I don't know, if we refuse this report, what then do we do with the resolutions that we came back from, or rather that we adopted after coming from Nakuru? Mr. Speaker, about the Audiology Center, it was in the public domain that it was something good. We all celebrated. We were invited. Now, later on, you see the revenue that is supposed to be kept within the county going elsewhere. And it is not, that is one case. There are many cases where we've lost a lot. Mr. Speaker, you look at the personnel emoluments, which we were looking at, Mr. Speaker. Benedict Tion, George Tarus, His Excellency Chematel Lagat, the first governor of this county, they are still on payroll. These are people, the sons and daughters of Nandi, sons and daughters of Nandi, that serve these counties so diligently. We are very proud of them. But they have since moved on, Mr. Speaker. They have since moved on, Mr. Speaker. But we still have them on payroll. You have His Excellency, the governor of this county, His Excellency Stephen Sang.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Honorable?
On accuracy of facts. I think Honorable Mospei has made serious allegations, which I think he needs to substantiate. In fact, if possible, can we have reference in terms of protection as to which and to demonstrate how the said people are earning? Kindly, Honorable Speaker. The first governor.
Honorable Mosbey, you've heard the point of order raised.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A demonstration of how somebody earns is when you appear on a payroll. And it is a document that I think our able chair will be able to reply. It was a research done by the Public Service Commission, and it is a report that we got an access to.
Wait, Honorable, are you submitting that the submissions that you're making is contained in a document within this House?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
It is there. So, Mr. Speaker, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, when we ask people, especially honorable members who are experts, say, for example, my former student, CPA Birech, is a well-read young honorable member who can easily find the documents and be able to be satisfied with. Mr. Speaker, we realize that the public service board that we have is actually reckless. You suck, or rather, you remove from among your workers, even very, very critical staff, those working in the ICU, those working in the rescue unit, Mr. Speaker. And this, Mr. Speaker, as I speak this afternoon, there is an ongoing Arambe in my ward where a young man fell in a pit latrine. Wananchi struggled to remove him. We almost lost 2 young men. But finally, we lost 1 young man. And the reason is, as we speak now, we don't have the staff at the rescue unit. They came, yes, but they were being mobilized from their various places, and I want to thank them for giving their best. They were mobilized from various places because they are no longer working now.
You should be winding up, Honorable Member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me wind up by saying this. In order for us to change this word, not this word, this county, Mr. Speaker, let me plead with the honorable members, let us vote yes for this report, then it shall be a moment for us to chart a way forward, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to further go into specific projects because of time, but I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. Even as we wind up, irrespective of the direction that this report, or rather the vote for this report is going to take, I want to say this. The people of Nandi are disappointed with our leadership as a whole. And more so, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell His Excellency the Governor, the people of Nandi are disappointed with you. The President of this Republic, you are a letdown to the President of this Republic. If you are not going to change, Mr. Speaker, the people of Nandi, the suffering of the people of Nandi is just going to be upon you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Kirongo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a worried person. Having serving the third term, Mr. Speaker, I'm worried of this county assembly. 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, under county importance, the same house championed that the governor should fire the 1,804 staff in the name that they're ghost workers. This house, Mr. Speaker, it is in records, it is in Hansard. Today, Mr. Speaker,
can you prove?
Today, Mr. Speaker, this county assembly, through the HADO committee, they are now saying all the CECs, all the CEOs.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, on accuracy of facts,
What is your
Mr.
point
Speaker?
of order, Honorable Kirongo?
On accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Can the honorable member substantiate when did the document or whatever he's saying was discussed in this house, Mr. Speaker? To the best of my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, nothing of that was discussed in this house, Mr. Speaker. Can he substantiate, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Kirongo, are you able to substantiate that?
How can I, Mr. Speaker, unless you, double speak, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Martin remains seated as he substantiates that. Honorable Kirongo, are you able to substantiate that for now?
Yes, there was a motion moved by Honorable Leader of Majority.
How?
Under account importance, Mr. Speaker, of the employment of Nandi. Mr. Speaker, and
accuracy,
you know, Mr. Speaker, you know,
Honorable Kirongo,
accuracy of facts, Mr.
kindly
Speaker.
address that. Kindly address
Accuracy
that
of facts,
particular issue.
Mr. Speaker, it is
honorable members,
yes.
you cannot have the two of you. honorable
Accuracy of
members
facts,
standing.
Mr. Speaker. As far as I know, on matters to do with personal emolument and audit report of staff, the only thing that this county assembly did is to appropriate 5 million for audit. As far as we sit here today, that report has not been supplied to this house. Apart from the audit report that was requested by audit committee, HADO committee, it has not been supplied to this house.
Honorable Speaker, I should Honorable Speaker, I wish, considering that the honorable member has just made some serious allegation right now, you know, originally, Honorable Speaker, there is a time when we were talking about the possibility of there being a study on PAC, and he undertook to substantiate, Honorable Speaker. You actually even asked him to do it in the next sitting, which did not remind you, Honorable Speaker, but now he's also making further allegations. Can he now substantiate all?
Honorable Kirongo.
If it is possible, Mr. Speaker, and this is the House of Procedure, and it is on record, Mr. Speaker,
So,
From your intelligence, I will request that we play the proceedings of that day, Mr. Speaker, during the county importance, so that at least if honorable members can deny that one, let be projected, Mr. Speaker. Because we contributed, most of the members contributed, and they said all the workers should go home. I am.
Honorable Kirongo,
yes.
If you are unable to substantiate that for now, will you be able to substantiate in the next sitting, or will you require time for that, please?
Most of large, Mr. Speaker, it is in black and white. Yes, Mr. Speaker. On 5th of September, Mr. Speaker. And I've said, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Speaker,
it is recorded.
Is it?
Honorable Speaker, point of order, Honorable Speaker. Are you now admitting?
Honorable Kirongo, have your seat.
Are you now admitting something from a phone?
I was to make directions. I was to make directions. Honorable Kirongo, if you are unable to substantiate for that for now, you can.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I will be much ready, Mr. Speaker, to substantiate. And of course, it is here with the answer, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, let us avoid double speak. Let us avoid being...
Honorable Kirongo,
yes,
are you able to substantiate that for now, or you will require some time to be able to substantiate that?
I think, Mr. Speaker...
So that we make progress.
I want to be played, Mr. Speaker, if it is possible, because the Hansard team have it.
Order, honorable members. Honorable member from Chepkunyuk, I hear you from your end, but consult in low tones. Honorable Kirongo, if you are unable to substantiate that for now, you can request for more time so that you can be able to.
And that is why I'm saying, okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll have my time. It is there. And that is why I said, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Kirongo, you'll be able to substantiate the same in the next sitting.
Next sitting, yes.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, as a ranking member, let us be honest. Let us be honest. And that is why I'm saying, today we are saying all the CEC to go home, all the CEOs to go home, some of the directors to be dismissed, all the board members, public service board members to go home. We are going to remain with Governor, His Excellency the Governor, and the Deputy Governor. And the CEO...
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable?
Is it
Honorable Kirongo?
Is it accurate for the ranking member to claim that there is anybody who is supposed to go home? Where exactly does it say that somebody should go home? Where does it say to go home?
Honorable Kirongo, is it the choice of words that you're having?
It is in their report, Mr. Speaker. They are recommending that all CECs to be dismissed. It is,
so
unless
is that a synonym of go home?
Yes,
in your own
dismissed.
words.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to be dismissed. So, Mr. Speaker, being a ranking member, Mr. Speaker, having elected 3 times, Mr. Speaker, and the parameters that have been elected all the time is through the development. You want to tell me, Mr. Speaker, today let us suspend the development for another 4 months or 5 months? Mr. Speaker, I mean, we are honorable members. And when
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable,
I'm interested in the timeline.
I'm hoping that, what is your point of order? Honorable
The
Kirongo, kindly remain
timeline,
seated.
Honorable Speaker, I really do not wish to interrupt the honorable member. He is a ranking member. But for God's sake, could he just probably be honest the way he said? When he talks about 4 months, 5 months, or even equating development with a CEC, Honorable Speaker, is that in order?
Honorable
let him stick to the truth.
Honorable Isaiah Maina, you prosecuted your point of order. Or Honorable Kirongo?
When you dismiss a CEC, Mr. Speaker, there is a procedure for appointment. Definitely, it will take time. You cannot disband the board members and you expect governor to appoint. Who will vet them? Even the CEOs. Mr. Speaker, I want to request the honorable members of this county assembly. Yes, I want to appreciate that we have messes in this county, but this is not the way to go, Mr. Speaker. We want to sing this county, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Let the honorable member from Kapkangani be heard in silence. Honorable Kirongo, proceed.
I want to beseech the honorable members that we reject this report. If we want, Mr. Speaker, I want us to reject this report, Mr. Speaker. Article 176 of the Constitution provides that the power given to the county assembly to legislate, to oversight, and represent should be exercised in accordance with the Constitution. It is not the role of the county assembly, Mr. Speaker, to create a vacuum in the executive by blatant dismissal. I totally reject, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
What is it, Honorable Bet?
Accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order for
Unfortunately, the honorable member has already taken his seat. Kindly resume your seat, please. Honorable Birech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I've been able to go through a report of 200 or 300 pages, Honorable Speaker. And unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, Tindred Ward didn't start yesterday. Tindred Ward has projects that has been allocated money, both complete, work in progress, and some stalled. But on this report, Honorable Speaker, out of 300 pages report, only a line of an institution called Mutumon was factored in. Honorable Speaker, the reason we formed the committee was to ascertain the status of projects, underlying status of projects.
Accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Birecha, there is
accuracy
a point
of facts, Mr. Speaker. On terms of reference, there was nothing called status of projects in our terms of reference, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Birech, will you be able to substantiate that?
When we talk of money allocated projects for 2022-2023, 2023-2024, what does it mean?
Honorable Birech, kindly address yourself to the issue raised by the honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, the terms of reference, of course, culminated because we wanted to ascertain the money that we allocated to projects for the financial year 2022-2023, 2023-2024. Honorable Speaker, I have got a number of projects that had been done.
Have you addressed that particular
Yes, Honorable
issue?
Speaker, I've addressed.
As to whether the status of the projects was part of the terms of references to the ADO committee.
Money allocated to projects, or development project, of course.
Honorable Birech, you need to be very honest to this honorable house. If you are unable to substantiate that, you can withdraw and apologize so that we can make progress.
Honorable Speaker, let me withdraw that. But the concept is, the point is, I expected.
Mr. Speaker, you've asked him to withdraw and apologize. He has not apologized.
Honorable Speaker, I've said I've withdrawn. Honorable Speaker.
You have to apologize.
Honorable Izaka, take your seat. I think the honorable member from Tinderet has retracted that particular statement. You can proceed, please.
So, Honorable Speaker, I expected to see on this report the number of projects that is work in progress, either paid or not, either complete or not, Honorable Speaker. But on this report, I only see.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Sarah?
Yes, I want to clarify.
No, it is a point of order that you're raising. Kindly raise that point of order
Yes, I'm
rather
raising
than
that point of
clarification.
order from what the honorable member of Tindred is talking about. Yes, when we were in Nakuru, yeah, there were the documents from the department. And we went to see the projects that the honorable members were not satisfied about their status. If there was a project which was complete and operational, and there was no complaint from the area MCA, we never visited those ones. We went to the projects whereby there were question marks, where the remarks that were given were a lot of complaints. And that is why we were not able to go to each and every project. For example, even the project we were done in Kosirai, we could not go to those areas because they were already done. But there were the projects which was indicated 100% complete and operational, and yet they are not there. So we were just going to see mostly all those projects which had a lot of question marks. We were not, the area MCS were not satisfied with what was there. And for your information, Mr. Speaker, the area MCF from Tindiret, he was not cooperative. He never gave us anything. We went to his area. He was somewhere. We even make a call. He could not even pick our calls. Or he refused to pick our calls.
Order,
and at the same
members.
time,
Order, honorable members. Let her wind up.
Honorable Speaker, we went even up to a market. And the market where we found even a woman who was even selling some fruits. And he told us they are also looking for Honorable Birej. So Honorable Birej should not cheat us here. Honorable Birej was not cooperative. Honorable Birej want to kill the people of Tinderet by not being fair.
Honorable Sarah.
He never cooperated to give us the
Honorable
project.
Sarah, you can now
so
take your seat.
Tinderet, you should substantiate what you are telling us about.
Honorable Sarah, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Sarah.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable.
And I hope kindly he's not taking my minutes. I believe so because I have a number of
your
cases.
minutes, Honorable Birej. You had the issues that she's raised in a form of point of order that
That's what I want to clear. That's what I want to respond.
Please respond.
Honorable Speaker, I want HADO committee to look on what I submitted to the committee in Nakuru. I gave them a number of projects in my ward. Honorable Speaker, let them refer to their documents because I don't want them to start saying I didn't submit projects, yet I gave them a number of projects in Nakuru. Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Point of order, honorable members. Point of order, Mr. Honorable members. What is your point of order, Honorable Tarbey? And
Mr. Speaker, for the record of this House, the honorable member for Tindred is also chairman for Finance Committee. Can he, for the records of this House, give us the recommendation which he made as the chairman for Finance in his report? Mr. Speaker, for the record of this House, can he confirm the recommendation he made in his report for Finance Department?
Honorable Birej.
Honorable Speaker.
You are attracting a number of points
actually,
of orders.
you need to give me time
Point
to...
of order, Honorable
you
Speaker.
have
Honorable
your
Speaker. Honorable
Speaker.
Isaiah Maina.
Honorable
Remain
Speaker.
seated
I
as in
think-
response to the issues that have already
Yes.
been raised. Honorable Birej.
Honorable Speaker, I think as finance and economic planning, we had a mandate that we had been given. The document of our recommendations are with the HADO committee in terms of what to do with the projects. We write to the finance and economic planning. They responded in terms of status.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Keter, let him respond to that particular issue raised.
That is
by-
lying to us, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I
Honorable
think
Keter,
you need to be
just
fair
take
enough
your
with
seat.
me, Honorable Speaker,
Take your
because
seat. Honorable Birej, I
Chair,
hope that,
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable.
I serve in Finance Committee, Chair, Mr. Speaker, and there is something that I want to make. That the Chair of Finance, CBA Bol Birej, appended this signature that out of malpractices in the Department of Finance, he recommended for serious investigations. But today, he is turning to deny the people of Nandi their rights. for further interrogation of the report, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bet, I believe you're now raising another point of order. Honorable Birech, you are submitting to this House that in the
Point of information,
in the
Mr.
entire
Speaker.
report.
Point of information.
I don't want these instructions, Honorable Bito, kindly take your seat. Take your seat for a minute. Take your seat. Take your seat for a minute. 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 Honorable Bitok. Honorable Bitok, take your seat. Honorable Birech, you're inviting a lot of point of orders. Will you please respond to the point of order raised by the honorable member from Kosirai?
And that's what I clearly was responding.
Kindly, please.
Honorable Speaker, I was responding to what Honorable Sarah asked. That one, I submitted a number of projects to HADO committee to verify in Tinderet. That is for a fact. Secondly, that's to the clerks.
Honorable Kipto Bet.
That's for a fact, number one. Number two, Honorable Speaker, when they were going round, they came to only.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, will you
Under
allow
number
the
9,
honorable
Mr.
member
Speaker,
to-
accuracy of facts. Is it in order for a member to allege and lie to this House that is admitted the report? While the report that we were using, it was emanated from department, not individual, Mr. Speaker, sir. The report that we were using in ATO committee was admitted departmental, Mr. Speaker. But now the honorable member is lying that he has given us a
Honorable Speaker,
if you are unable, please,
Honorable
you would wish
Speaker,
to withdraw.
I think the point was, it's not the ADO committee, but actually the clerks while we were in Nakuru.
Therefore, Honorable Birech, it is only fair and just that you proceed to withdraw and proceed, because you should be making reference to a report that was submitted before this county assembly and not the items that you gave out while in Nakuru or wherever. Please.
Honorable Speaker, once again, I gave out a list of projects. Honorable Speaker.
Accuracy of facts, Mr.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Birech. Honorable Bet. Honorable Birech, so that we don't attract...
Point of information, Mr. Speaker, to the whole House.
Whom do you want to inform?
It's misleading
Point
the
of
House.
information.
Honorable members, we now becoming rowdy.
Not.
I think inform the House then in a minute.
Mr. Speaker, point of information to the House that the area MCA of Tinderet is my area MCA. And to inform the House, it is part of the things that it is in my ward, that ward as a member. Although I belong to Nandi County, I am also I'm a resident of Tinderet and is my MCA. Do you know about even the small thing about the Maram that I told you to present to the House for belonging to Amuse called Jesor that has not been paid?
Honorable Bitoka, I believe...
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, accuracy of facts. Mr. Speaker, something very important. You know, this is a house of record. What informed the Nakuru meeting, Mr. Speaker, was the resolution by this House on a motion matters of county importance. It was then that this House wrote to the executive and departments of executive to provide quarterly reports and enemy reports. I'm shocked, Mr. Speaker, when an elected member of Tinderet stands and says he's the one who provided the information that we used in Nakuru. Does he serve as a member of executive?
You can have your seat. I think you prosecuted your point of order. Honorable Birech, this point of order seems to
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
around the same issue, so kindly
Second, Honorable Speaker.
substantiate.
Yes, second, Honorable Speaker. I sit in Public Accounts and Public Investment Committee, Pick and Pack, with Honorable Kagoni. Honorable Speaker, we have received audited reports for various financial statements to different, specifically for Nandi County. Honorable Speaker, I find hard to understand. In terms of misappropriation, embezzlement of funds, which report should I believe? These Honorable House themselves adopted and approved OAG reports for Nandi County, financial statements, for F5, for any emergency fund. This House have approved. And with the opinions, Honorable Speaker, we are talking on qualified opinions. I would have loved to see from what the auditor has queried, it emerges from the report of the ad hoc. I would have loved to see. Honorable Speaker, I saw a bundle of evidence. But what is being presented in terms of financials, I don't see the evidence. Honorable Speaker, we were told that NARIC has a problem. Themselves, they were given a financial statement, bank statement. Have you been asked the bank reconciliation statement projected?
Mr.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Birech, I think these are the documents of the House, and you yourself, you had an opportunity to have a look at them. So kindly.
Honorable Speaker, that's why I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, I expected the comprehensive report from the ad hoc committee in form of evidence. Honorable Speaker, COVID-19, I want to be on record. COVID-19 was audited. My chair for Pick and Pack here can confirm. We tabled the report and approved on this House. No single query was queried by auditor in terms of purchase of land. Not at all. Honorable Speaker. And so to be told, we need to be candid enough.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Standing order
Honorable?
number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The CC for Health confirmed on record, Mr. Speaker, that there is land. And I believe the honorable member should not be targeting the committee, the disbanded committee, other committee members, because it's on record. Maybe we can request the clip to be played for the record of the member, Mr. Speaker, because that is not the making of this committee, because so that it is not being concluded, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member,
Honorable Speaker,
you've heard from honorable member from Nandi.
I'm not referring to what CC said. I'm actually prosecuting my case from my own understanding on the financial statement as about
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Birech, will you please just address to this point of order? You say that the
Mr. Speaker,
CC was on record saying that a land was purchased.
Kindly the ICT.
Honorable Speaker, it is in public domain, is on record, he admitted.
Have your seat.
No one is refusing that, Honorable Speaker. It is in public domain that he accepted. No one is refusing, Honorable Speaker. But what I'm trying to explain here is in terms of independent officers. OAG supersedes. OAG recommends in case of financial
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, why would you allow the honorable member to demean this ad hoc committee? Mr. Speaker, this honorable committee was constituted in this house. So,
honorable member, I think the honorable member from Tinderet has only said supersede. I was waiting for him to make the next statement before I interject. Honorable Birech.
So, of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm no longer going to entertain these.
Allow me, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
Point
What
of
is your
order,
point
Mr.
of order?
Speaker.
Honorable Birech, be seated, please. Honorable Kevolwe, Honorable Kevolwe, you are a ranking member, and it bemoans me that you shouting in this county assembly.
Mr. Speaker, basing on how members are behaving
be seated,
here,
Honorable.
we seem to be
Honorable
in a club.
Kevolwe, be seated. Take your seat. Honorable Kevolwe, this is not a marketplace where you can just shout and just say, put the question and
Mr.
what have you.
Speaker.
You know the procedures to be followed.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member from Tinderet, who happens to be the chair of finance, he knows very well that this other committee at 2 financial years, 2022, 2023, 23-24. Where was the COVID issues in 2023 and 2024? Is there funds allocated in that budget of 2023, 2024, or in 2022, 2023? So the question of the CEC to be asked about the title deed of the land, it was just a question from the public that they just wanted the CEC to answer because they had that there is a land. So it was actually to ask if it is true. But actually, it was not in
well, I think
the budget of
Honorable
22,
your point
23.
of order is home.
So we want, I would like the Honorable Member of Tinderet, who is talking about the funds of COVID. That case had been taken to Senate. I'm a member of Pick and Pack. It was discussed in Senate. And we were not bringing it back again in 2022, 2023, 23, 24.
Honorable Member,
so Honorable Member, you have to
can
remain
take a
in
seat.
from-
You can
Okay,
take a
thank
seat. Honorable Biret, I know you have the liberty to make references to the OAG reports, but will you please substantiate that so that
Honorable Speaker,
we move and...
I think we need to be sincere enough. Do you want to say this House has not approved reports on AG that regards to COVID at this House? In fact, when we came in, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Members.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kiptobet, I think I will invoke the provisions of Standing Order 107 and have you withdrawn from these chambers. Honorable Birech, I know you are interrupted.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes to wind up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker.
And as you wind up, kindly address yourself to the point of order raised.
I really wanted to say, I think the member here needs to be sincere. My chair for Pick and Pack is here. We have tabled and approved with recommendations the COVID-19 report, which explained everything in regards to what happened in that financial year. And this House has put to arrest. Honorable Speaker. Again, this House has approved financial statements because for me to discuss of impropriety embezzlement of funds, I rely on an opinion of an independent person.
Speaker, sir, is it in order for this honorable member to demean this House that is a creature of the Constitution, that we should not be undertaking our constitutional role because he believes in other independent institution? That is a demeaning words to this House.
Honorable Birech, resume your seat. Honorable Birech, I want you to watch your words. You're inviting a number of point of orders and casting a lot of aspersions of this Honorable House. Kindly, please.
Honorable Speaker, OEG is a constitutional body. It's an independent body. And I think Honorable Beth needs to be informed and to know that. It is an independent commission. Anything in terms of financials.
Honorable Isaiah Minor, take your seat, please.
But can he restrict himself to the substance in...
Honorable Speaker, I found that recommendations on this ad hoc committee quite unfair. Advising itself as the governor to dismiss all the CECs, all the CEOs, a number of directors. This county will no longer be functional. It will not. And therefore, on that alone, I reject this report in totality.
Honorable Kevolwe, and thereafter Honorable Member from Kapsimotwa, followed by the Honorable Member from Sangalo Kebulonik.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ripoti ambayo iko mbele yetu ni ripoti ya maana sana katika jimbo letu hili la Nandi County. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimekuwa mwingi wa msongo wa mawazo hapo ninapokaa chini, hasa wenzangu hapa chini wanaponikejeli na kunipa majina ambayo haistahili, mpaka wanaanza kunipandisha sukari yangu kwenda juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, heshima ni kitu cha maana sana, na ingekuwa ni vizuri kabla hata sijaongelea mjadala wenyewe kamili, kama waheshimiwa tungekaa hapa kama tuna subira. Manake mwenzetu akisimama, mpe nafasi aseme lile ambalo ako nalo rohoni. Akishasema una nafasi ya kuongea, either pengine umkataze ama muunge mkono. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, kwenda kwa kiwango ni kama sisi wenye tulikuja hapa ni kama hatuna mawazo, labda mawazo yetu hayako vizuri, si vyema. Mheshimiwa Spika, ripoti ambayo iko mbele yetu, mimi nitasema ya kwamba hata kule mbinguni majina yanaitwa kulingana na matendo ambayo mtu amefanya. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ripoti ningeunga mkono kama kila mtu angepewa kiwango chake cha mashtaka yake na ni vipi ambavyo angeweza kulegezwa ama kamba yake ingeweza kulegezwa namna vipi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wale hata nikiangalia katika hii report kama waziri wa michezo. Mheshimiwa Spika, waziri huyu ameingia katika ofisi hivyo majuzi, lakini majukumu ambayo amewekewa ni kwamba hii mambo yote ambayo yalikuwa yametendwa na hata wale ambao walikuweko yameambatana na yeye kwa jumla.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kevolwe, take your seat. There is a point of order. Under what standing order, Honorable
I want
Mosbey?
to inform the House, Mr. Speaker.
No, Honorable, take your seat. You initially rose on a point of order, apparently only to inform the House that Honorable Kevolwe, proceed.
Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuwezi kufuta watu wote safari moja, na watu wanahitaji maendeleo mashinani. Tukiweza kufuta hawa watu wote jinsi pendekezo limesema ya kwamba tufute watu wote, gavana awaachishe watu wote kazi, sababu hiyo ndio pendekezo ambalo liko katika hizi ripoti ambayo liko mbele yetu, ni kwamba gavana ahakikishe amefuta mawaziri na manaibu wake, na hata wale wenye wafuatilizi wake waende wote nyumbani kwa ile muda ambao kamiti imepeana. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimechaguliwa hapa, hii ni kipindi changu cha miaka 3, yani awamu 3. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata mimi mwenyewe ukiangalia kwa hii report, na nasema mbele ya watu, na nasema mbele ya wakazi wa Nandi, na nasema mbele ya ward yangu ya Kiptuya, hakuna mahali mimi niko na kitu ambacho kinaitwa pending bill. Ninafuatilia mambo yangu, yeyote yule ambaye anafanya kazi na hakikisha amefanya kazi. Kama hafanyi kazi, mimi naenda nafuatilia kwa waziri. Kama hafanyi kazi, naleta shida, na nikileta shida inaonekana huyo mtu aidha atupiliwe mbali ama kazi ifanye namna gani iendelee. Kwa hivyo mimi ninasimama hapa nikisema mimi sina
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, what is your under outstanding order, Honorable Mutola?
Yes.
Honorable Kevolwe, take your seat, please. Honorable Kevolwe. Under outstanding order, Honorable Mutola?
90.
Well.
Yes, I am a member of a Committee of Education. And the honorable member from Kiptuya has been festering us a lot. He was even telling us to recall the CEC for cheating him every now and then. because of failing to purchase the piece of land for vocational. And now he's standing here and saying that what we have put on the table is just his work. Then why has he been pestering us in that committee? And then another thing also is that he cannot tell us that somebody has just been in the office recently. Our investigation was from 2022, when all the CCs was in the office. So we should not lie to this house that there is a CC who was just put in the office recently. They have stayed in that office for the last 2 years. And they are the ones who have gone through the budget. They are the ones who have received the money for the last 2 years for those departments. So to tell this house that somebody was just put in the office recently and somebody have stayed for 2 years.
Honorable sir, I think you've raised your issues. Apparently, you just contributing to the motion rather than as much as you are raising your point of order. Honorable Kevolwe, will you please be able to substantiate that?
Mheshimiwa Speaker, nadhani labda Kiswahili ndicho kigumu kwa kutokuelewa. Ninaposema nipe nafasi yangu Mheshimiwa Speaker, nijieleze. Naeleza lugha ambayo inaeleweka. Ninaposema ya kwamba mimi husukuma mambo yangu, ndipo nilileta katika kamati na mambo yangu yamesonga mbele. Nilileta kwa kamati sababu sikutaka kila ambacho nilikuwa nimeweka katika bajeti kiweze kutupiliwa mbali. Nilileta kwa kamati ndio mambo yangu yakafanya namna gani? Imesonga hatua. Mimi nangojea, nataka kusherekea tu. Niende nijenge karakana kule, wananchi wangu waweze kupata nafasi ya kusoma na kuondoka kuendelea mbele. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio majukumu yangu kama nikiwa hapa. Na lazima nilete katika kamati husika. Niseme ya kwamba mnisaidie jamani. Sasa mimi makosa yangu yako wapi? Makosa yangu yako wapi? Na ninaposema hata wakati mheshimiwa anapoongea ndio anasema hoja yake ndani ya roho yake. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, wakati kila mtu alikuwa anachukua kiapo, alikuwa anachukua kiapo kulingana na ile kazi ambayo atafanya. Mimi ningependa nionyeshe kama huyu waziri alichukua kiapo ya kusema ya kwamba labda yako katika mambo fulani ama mambo mengine. Kila mtu hako na kiapo chake ambacho alilishwa kulingana na kazi ambayo yafaa afanye. Sasa Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi nasema tu nipeni nafasi niongee yangu nimalize basi, alafu nyinyi mambo mengine kama yako tutaongea baadaye. Lakini Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi nasema hivi. Ndugu zanguni, ripoti yenye mmeleta ni ripoti mzuri, lakini mungeweka watu kulingana na kiwango chao. Hapana weka tu kila mtu safari moja kama ni moja, hata weka tu kila mtu jamani. Hata mimi ninapoongea hapa kuna ule mwenye anafurahia ama kuna ule mwenye nimefanya namna gani nimekasirisha. Lakini kukasirisha kwangu siwezi wekwa kama mimi ni mtu mbaya. Mimi naongea yale maoni ambayo yako ndani ya roho yangu. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi kama mkazi wa
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Talbey?
On the accuracy of fact, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to inquire from the honorable member whether there is a small violation of the Constitution and a creator, because we want to get him clearly, because he's saying we should have brought the members according to their violation, the seriousness of violation. So whether someone has violated...
Well, Honorable Kevolwe.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, ripoti yenye nasema kila mtu angewekwa kulingana na utendakazi wake. Hivyo ndio maana nasema.
And,
sasa
Honorable Kevolwe, I believe you've gone through the report.
Nimepitia kabisa Mheshimiwa Speaker.
And you should be truthful, because I've also gone through the report, and each of the CCM members and whoever has been mentioned is well documented. And the honorable member from Nandi was asking whether there is a small violation of the law and there is a wider or a larger violation of the law.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, nikinukuu yale ambayo yako katika hii ripoti, ukienda kabisa kwa ukurasa wa kumaliza, inasema ya kwamba wamepea gavana hakikisha ya kwamba amewaondoa unless kama mimi Kiswahili changu hakieleweki. Niko nacho hapa.
Honorable Kevolwe, that is correct, but the way I understood the point of order is raised by the member from Nandi is whether there is a small violation of the law and the bigger violation of the law to warrant them being put together.
Maybe for clarification, Mr. Speaker.
What will
I
you
want to inform the honorable member that in the report tabled by the honorable chair, every department has the findings of a particular CEC, a particular CO. Then now at the end is when we have summed up everything. But every violation for a particular CEC, all the department is outlined, the gross violation, including those sections which were violated, and even specific recommendations of that department is within. And then now we have the summary part. So maybe the honorable member just rushed to the summary part.
Honorable Kevolwe, kindly substantiate that, or rather withdraw that, so that we can be able to make progress.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, vile ninavyosema ya kwamba kila mtu angeweka kwa kiwango chake, ni kwamba mimi ninapoona kuna makosa ambayo yalifanywa na naibu wa waziri, na waziri alipoingia katika afisi.
Honorable Kevolwe, I'm afraid that do we have assistant minister, or probably you can just put it in a better way so that, because this record Swahili.
Yeah, ni katibu.
Well, if you substitute that with naibu, then proceed.
Yeah, sasa Mheshimiwa Speaker, nitamalizia tu nikisema ya kwamba jamani, mimi nahitaji kuona maendeleo.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Sihitaji kuona.
Honorable Kevolwe, will you wish to be informed?
Point of information.
No, Honorable.
Sihitaji kama.
Honorable
to the House,
Martin,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Martin, take your seat. The honorable member has
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, will you wish to
I would
be
like
informed?
to inform, yes.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, sihitaji
Well, Honorable Isaac,
na hii
take
ndio
your seat.
tabia nilikuwa nakataa
Honorable Kevolwe, you've made your point that you don't want to be informed. Proceed.
Sasa Mheshimiwa Speaker, chenye nitasema tu ni kwamba tafadhali tufanye yale ambayo tunaona yana faida kwetu. Tusifanye yale ambayo tunaona ya kwamba yanaweza yakatuumiza kwa muda mrefu. Na akituumiza kwa muda mrefu, sisi ndio tutaka umia, na wananchi ndio wataka umia. Wachana hata na sisi, wananchi ndio wataka umia. Kwa hivyo mimi yangu nimemaliza.
Well, Honorable Martin, Honorable Majority is on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can see the time is 6, Honorable Speaker. And as per the standing order number 31, that Honorable Speaker, unless the Speaker, for the convenience of the County Assembly, otherwise directs, the County Assembly shall meet at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday and 2:30 p.m. on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But more than one sitting may be directed during the same day. Honorable Speaker, standing order that 31.3 says, notwithstanding paragraph 1 and 2, the County Assembly may resolve to extend its sitting time, and for it that a motion under paragraph 3A shall be moved at least 30 minutes before the time appointed for adjournment. So, Honorable Speaker, as we can see, 30 minutes before the end of the time, I call upon the House that we extend the time so that, until we complete the business of the day. Honorable Speaker, I call upon Honorable Whip to second.
Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that this House extends its sitting until such a time when the business scheduled for today is concluded. Will as many as of similar opinion say ayes?
Aye.
And will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it. Honorable Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand, Mr. Speaker, of course, to support this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the foremost, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate and accolade, Mr. Speaker, the committee through the chair for a well-done job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will only take 3 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if my memory serves me well, Mr. Speaker, is that when we sat here the last time we were forming an ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker, it was a unison agreement, Mr. Speaker, that there is a problem in this county. Everybody accepted during the importance of the county matter, Mr. Speaker. Everybody agreed. Name all of them, Mr. Speaker. Name all of them, Mr. Speaker. Beginning from the leader of minority to the deputy speaker of this house, Mr. Speaker. All of us agreed that there is a massive problems in this county, Mr. Speaker. Come the day, Mr. Speaker, when we were actually debating on how we could get to the end results of these issues, Mr. Speaker, we got divided, Mr. Speaker. And the division, Mr. Speaker, was only on the methodology, Mr. Speaker, of getting to the point where we are today. The members, Mr. Speaker, who refused, who actually voted nay for the formation of the ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker, not that, Mr. Speaker, they said there was no problem in the county. They agreed that there was a problem in the county. But for them, Mr. Speaker, it would have been rather for them that we use the committee way of the House than forming an ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker. But all of us, we agreed that there is a problem in the county. We formed an ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker, and here we are, Mr. Speaker, the ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker, conceived. And of course, today here, we are discussing a baby. We are receiving a baby, Mr. Speaker, born by the ad hoc committee. I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised. I have seated here listening very keenly, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member, my good friend Aranki member, Mr. Speaker, from Kiptuya, has said, Mr. Speaker, that everybody should be given his count so that we can decide whom to leave and whom to chase, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a pandemic in the county. This is a pandemic. It is a disease in the county, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, supposing today there is a pandemic and everybody is infected with a problem in this county assembly, Mr. Speaker, aren't all of us going to the hospital, Mr. Speaker? Are we saying somebody should stay here, Mr. Speaker, because there will be no functions being played, there will be no function in this county assembly, Mr. Speaker? Definitely, all of us will go to the hospital, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the problem, Mr. Speaker. So, by telling us that people should not, Mr. Speaker, is a lie. That is a gimmick, Mr. Speaker, of trying to run away from the problems we are facing as a county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my throat is getting coarse, Mr. Speaker. I just want to urge all of you, Mr. Speaker, the honorable members. Let us do what is right. Let us do what is right. Let us vote. Let us adopt these reports from the committee, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, because there is no impeachment motion in place at the moment, by adopting this report, Mr. Speaker, we are giving the governor a mandate, Mr. Speaker, to do what is necessary, Mr. Speaker. The necessary, Mr. Speaker, if anybody is culpable, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the governor should let him face the door, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, even the elected honorable members from the wards, Mr. Speaker, are turning a blind eye on the sufferings of their people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm so perturbed that, Mr. Speaker, the elected members of this house, Mr. Speaker, can sell the birthright of their people at the expense, Mr. Speaker, of 5 years suffering and perseverance, Mr. Speaker. It is time, Mr. Speaker, we look at ourselves. Let us be a mirror of the people on the ground, Mr. Speaker. If it is true that the people of this county are suffering, let us represent them fully, Mr. Speaker. Whatever we are doing here, Mr. Speaker, is a role mandated to us by the Constitution. I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, that there is a road, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know, just because of time, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, that there is a road in my area, Mr. Speaker, that has been spoken by the honorable member from Kimeloi. That is Mapengo Road, Mr. Speaker. 1.1 million, Mr. Speaker, got lost. The people of my ward never got the value of their money. Surely, Mr. Speaker, do you want me to say that all is well? The same way, Mr. Speaker, Akera Road in Ngejek Ward, Mr. Speaker. Akera Road in Ngejek Ward that is supposed to be maintained, and it is maintained by the Kera funds, Mr. Speaker. The county government, Mr. Speaker, siphoned the money through on the same road, Mr. Speaker. And then you want to tell me all is well? Surely? Chesirigan Bridge, Mr. Speaker. And for purpose of record, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Tuget the other time stood here, Mr. Speaker, and told us on a day broad lied that the people of my ward never got value for their money. The same thing in Kiliboni, Mr. Speaker. What has really made this house, it is just a kind asking, Mr. Speaker, what has made the honorable of this house, Mr. Speaker, to turn their backs on the people who gave them the mandate? And I like what my honorable LOM said, Mr. Speaker, during the other time. He said, Mr. Speaker, and which was an honorable thing, Mr. Speaker, that indeed we are feeling good as an honorable member, Mr. Speaker, through the privileges given to us, accorded to us by way of votes of our people. Of course, he mentioned the loans, and he mentioned also the insurance cover, Mr. Speaker. When I'm sick as well, Mr. Speaker, when I want, Mr. Speaker, I go to Chemase Health Center. But when I want to look honorable, Mr. Speaker, with my family, Mr. Speaker, I drive to Aga Khan, Mr. Speaker. Smoothly to Aga Khan, at the expense, Mr. Speaker, of the vulnerable voters, Mr. Speaker, from the county of Nandi. While that old mother, Mr. Speaker, who is actually taking his grandchild at the back, when he goes to our public hospital, Mr. Speaker, there are no drugs. And we are here pretty seated, saying that all is well, burying our heads in the sun. Mr. Speaker, if it's true, Mr. Speaker, if it is true that the leaders come from God, Mr. Speaker, I have a question with the Almighty, Mr. Speaker, to do with the County Assembly of Nandi. If it is true that the leaders come from Almighty, Mr. Speaker, then during the last day when Jesus comes, that is the first question I'll ask. That is it true the leaders of the Third Assembly were from you? Our people are suffering, Mr. Speaker. The people of this county are suffering. And I want to beseech you. I want to beseech you. The Honorable Chair of Health, Mr. Speaker, my good friend, Honorable Ezra Rotich, a very intellectual guy, Mr. Speaker. A very smart guy, Mr. Speaker, who once told us when he brought us the report from the health, Mr. Speaker, After realizing that the CC, the director and everybody in the health department, Mr. Speaker, had messed him up.
Time, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tildai, I note your point, but there's a way to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I wind up, Mr.
There is
Speaker.
a way you can address that. You should have raised a point of order. And Honorable Martin Douglas, I grant you 1 minute to wind up.
Thank you. He's a ranking member, Mr. Speaker, but he's trying to misbehave. But he's a ranking member, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and it is not wrong, Mr. Speaker, to say that he's part of the problem in this county, Mr. Speaker. He's part of the problem in this county, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, they say the guilty are afraid. When the righteous men stand and say the truth, the guilty are afraid. I've been with him, Mr. Speaker, from 2007. He was a councillor, Mr. Speaker. I became as a councillor. We transited to the county government until today. When we lost in 2017 election, I lost with him. I understand him, Mr. Speaker. I know the kind of a person he is, Mr. Speaker. He's a big businessman, Mr. Speaker. I know him, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker, as I beseech you. Let us do what is honorable. And sometimes when I joke with my friend from, what do you call, from Kurgu, Mr. Speaker, because I know he's a smart guy. He knows what is happening. It's only that he's trying to turn a blind eye. I've always told him that, yes, you went to school, but you're not doing what is right and what you got from your teachers. And I've always told him, wasted brains, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, is this not character assassination, Honorable Speaker?
Yeah,
This is character
Ezra,
assassination.
I was expecting you to raise some issues on his submission,
Anyway.
but nonetheless, I don't think whether you have wasted brains. Honorable member from Kapsimoto.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity granted. Honorable Speaker, allow me to first appreciate the work done by the ad hoc committee, headed by the able chairman. That was a thorough job, and they have done well in terms of giving this report. And more specifically, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairman because he has taken us through a detailed report for the last 4 hours, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you for that. However, Mr. Speaker, much as we appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that there are issues, matters, development in some projects, Mr. Speaker, sir, that does not mean that, Mr. Speaker, nothing is going on in Nandi County, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I would give an example. Checking on the report, Mr. Speaker, we will realize in the budget 23-24, Mr. Speaker, sir, for example, one department like ECD or Education Department, Mr. Speaker, sir, we allocated that 30 ECD centers, Mr. Speaker. And out of the 30 ECD centers, Mr. Speaker, sir, so far, we are already, as at the time we received this report, we are already done and complete with the 14 ECD centers, Mr. Speaker, sir. 12 of them are just about to complete, and 4 are yet to start, Mr. Speaker, sir, based on the issues of contracting and takeover, Mr. Speaker, of the same projects. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, entirely in this county, there is something going on. Mr. Speaker, sir, checking on roads. We've been having, Mr. Speaker, and we are on record, Mr. Speaker, sir, having budgeted. When we came to this house, Mr. Speaker, we started by a supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, for 22-23, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we've always budgeted fuel. We've always budgeted money for machines, maintenance, Mr. Speaker, and the same to 23-24, Mr. Speaker, sir. We've had all the machines, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
What is your point of order?
On accuracy.
Under what standing order?
On accuracy, Honorable Speaker, particularly so looking at the terms of reference of this ad hoc committee, I don't think one of the issues that was supposed to be looked at was whether or not there are projects. And so that when the honorable member says that I don't think that there is entirely nothing that is happening in Nandi, is he insinuating that the ad hoc committee has actually made such a finding that there is nothing going on in Nandi? Is he insinuating that?
Well,
and if so, Is that accurate?
Well, you can take your seat. Honorable member from Kapsimoto, I know you have the liberty to build up your submission, but as you do that, you be accurate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, the Honorable Chair Implementation. I was actually building a case, Mr. Speaker, that whereas there are problems, we have some projects going on, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I would wish to proceed and continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in that aspect of the works going on, Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the attention to the report, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the report under Infrastructure Transport Department, Mr. Speaker, there is a modern garage, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we did budgeted in the last financial year. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we budgeted an allocation of, we actually appropriated an allocation of 8 million shillings, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the report, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the same is neither in Kapsimoto ward nor in Kapsabet ward, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are on record, Mr. Speaker, having done the budget in this house and approved as a house, Mr. Speaker, that, Mr. Speaker, we actually needed a workshop, a modern workshop within the Department of Roads. That is particularly a location, or the location is actually in the Department of Roads, which is within Kapsabet ward, Mr. Speaker, sir. What I expected, Mr. Speaker, is from the report, Mr. Speaker, sir, there is what we call completeness of statements. Mr. Speaker, what I expected was, if it is neither in Kapsimoto, which is very sure it is not in Kapsimoto ward, Mr. Speaker, it should have been in Kapsabet ward. Mr. Speaker, I expected for completion of the same statement, it would have been prudent to know why is it not taking off in Kapsabet ward, particularly in the Department of Roads, Mr. Speaker, so that we get to know and understand if it's actually a question of retendering, then that should be very clear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue under Department of Health, Mr. Speaker, under mass graves, Mr. Speaker, I would like to indicate, Mr. Speaker, we've had a number of allegations on the same mass grave, Mr. Speaker. I want to confirm, Mr. Speaker, to this House, and it is on record, that there has never been a budget for the same mass grave that is actually alleged to have been in place in this county, and we've never had a budget, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I so want to believe, Mr. Speaker, having no any budget on the same, Mr. Speaker, then definitely, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wouldn't expect any expenditure of the sort minus the budget, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, accuracy of facts. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are all informed and aware that the issue of corona majorly was funded by donors, and even money came from national government because it was a disaster. It was unforeseen disaster. And there was a lot of money that came from donors and even national government to arrest the situation at that time. Whether it was on the budget or not, the money was used.
Honorable Korir, I know you're talking of mass grave. Probably you could make reference to COVID-19 so that if the same was budgeted for or not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the budget under PFM Act, Mr. Speaker, all the money is appropriated and utilized, Mr. Speaker, whether from the donor funding, whether from any other partner, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether from national government or county government, has to actually be appropriated and budgeted for the information of this House. And that's why I was saying, Mr. Speaker, there is no way it has been allocated ever since we've done the budgets in this House, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, yes, we have the roles of MCA, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are actually charged with 3 main roles, Mr. Speaker. And my question would be, Mr. Speaker, on the role and the main role of oversight, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, my question and my issue would be, Mr. Speaker, when we do oversight, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have taken a whole whooping 2 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because checking on some projects, you would realize that there is actually some problem. My question would be, where have we left our oversight role, Mr. Speaker? Because we have been there, we have been in office for the last 2 years, and I don't expect in any single word, Mr. Speaker, to have taken us 2 years, Mr. Speaker, to understand that there is a problem in some particular projects. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to reject the report, Mr. Speaker, in totality. I thank you.
Honorable Kogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank our Honorable Chair Matata, who led us to, until today, that he has presented or debated this motion at length for quite some time, that's 4 hours. Honorable Speaker, with my conscience, I want to categorically say that I support this motion in totality. Honorable Speaker, when the ad hoc committee, whom I was a member before today, you were given mandates by this Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, we did all the investigations. We went down and up the valleys. We transversed the entire county, Honorable Speaker, guided by the terms of reference until or up to today that we are discussing this motion at this Honorable Chambers. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we went ahead, banned the midnight oil, and I want to say this, that special thanks goes to our 2 honorable ladies here, Honorable Bridget and Honorable Lydia. On the state that they are, up to this point, Honorable Speaker, I want to sincerely thank them and may God bless them. Honorable Speaker, we have our honorable members led by Honorable Turfosa Kuto and Honorable Sarah. We have also our own lady from Chepterwai, Lucy Tololei. They stood with us and not forgetting all of us who made for our time, morning to evening, even past midnight. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. We've done our job. We are here as a mandate given us by the electorates from all corners of this world or of this country. Honorable Speaker, we cannot say that we've done any wrong. We've done an oversight. And here today, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we did all that pertained to what we were given. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the power or the powers vested unto us belongs to the people. That's under in the Constitution or in this Constitution, Honorable Speaker. That's in Chapter 1, the sovereignty of the people and supremacy of this Constitution. And I can read, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. Honorable Speaker, we are not here just to sit and not do what the people gave us. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that and beseech or ask this Honorable House that we support this motion. As you can see, Honorable Speaker, it's pathetic and absurd that at this era, we have our ECD children who are taking their learning sessions in pathetic conditions. We have incomplete projects all over. And I can quote that we have one, even at my ward. We have SK Kapkenyelo, we have one Kamwega ECD. Up to this point, Honorable Speaker, it is not complete. But the renovation works had to start. Up to this point, Honorable Speaker, they are still in a pathetic conditions. We have pathetic roads, water, dispensaries. Name them. Honorable Speaker, this is a blessed county. And for us, honorable members, to get blessings, we must do the right thing to the people of Nandi County as mandated in the Constitution and standing orders of this House, Honorable. Honorable Speaker, it is our greatest happiness, or our greatest happiness does not depend on the condition of life in which Janice has placed us, but is always the result of good conscience, good health, occupation, and freedom in all just pursuit. That's from one Thomas Jefferson. Let us do right. Let us work together in salvaging this county. Honorable Speaker, if I may say that we have 9 vessels in this county, and allow me to use that, being driven by 9 drivers or pilots. Then, honorable members, the entire wards, the entire county are being driven by this. Shall we then say that we all fall or sing and perish, or we do away with one and save the others? Honorable Speaker, I want to ask this Honorable House today, with due respect that we are given by the common mwananchi, that personally today, and I want to say this, that my people of Sangalo Keblonik, who I know they are watching, I will stand by them. I will do justice to do away with the impunity and corruption in this country, Honorable Speaker. I want to say that all of our watching, they want to see how are we going to salvage this. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask and beseech, especially members from Mosop, let us do justice for Honorable Mosop and the 7 wards from Mosop and the entire county, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, strong people stand up for themselves, but stronger people stand up for others. Let us stand up for common mwananchi, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I want to plead with this House. Let us adopt this report for the sake of the crime matters who are sleeping right now at the hospitals. For the sake, even for the dead, to even enjoy their death, not to be punished after their deaths, Honorable Speaker. Let us stand up for ECD teachers, ECD children, Honorable Speaker. Let our mothers enjoy the privilege of having even water. They have to open their taps within their premises, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let us have a common goal to salvage this county in totality, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask, I know we have ranking members, we have those who are not in ad hoc committee, we are brothers and sisters, we are all honorable members. Let us stand up for our people whom we are here because of their taxes, where we get salaries, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask and plead, and it is my prayer that today, as we go home after salvaging this county from totality of corruption and impunity, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying that it is not too late. Let us not take curses to our homes, honorable members. Let us come together in this, even in the respect of Honorable Bridget, Honorable Lydia, and the eldest man in the house, Honorable Chelule, and all of us. I plead that let us adopt this motion into. I support Honorable Speaker, saying that I stand with my people from Sangalo, Keblonekwa. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I know we've been seated here from morning till now, Probably we can have a number of us contribute. Thereafter, we can give an opportunity to the mover of the motion to make a right of reply. I can see a number of mics. I will start with Honorable Bridget Songok, Honorable Keter Julius, Honorable Ezra Rotich, and finally Honorable member from Kabisaga. And I've seen a mic from the Honorable member from Chepkonyok. In that, sorry, I've seen a member of the speakers panel, thereafter yourself, so that we wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I stand to support the ad hoc report. I just want to congratulate my colleagues who are with in that ad hoc committee. We really do our findings and recommendation. And I'm so glad, Mr. Speaker, when I was seated with my situation, and I'm glad that I think 2027 I can be a Senate if given a chance. My mind or my thoughts throw in Public Service Board, page 219, whereby I was so shocked when the following officers, I'm here to stand for people with disability, and I'm not ashamed because I have club feet. And I'm going to stand with the people of disability of Nandi County. In page 219, the following officers were exempted from the pay as you earn as people with disability. But the records indicate that they are not people with disability. It's so absurd. I can refer, you can go page 219. And the report of Public Service Board showed that 80 people with disability were exempted while they were removed at the job, at the payroll, and they are at home. Some are stressed, some want to commit suicide. And you tell me that the county we are at peace. No, we are not. People with disability have been calling me and telling me to stand with them. I urge you, elected members, I know some of you, you don't have people with disability in your houses. We really struggle to get a job. I suffered 35 years looking for a job and I was denied. I have a degree in human resource. And I could go to their offices asking for a job and they could see my disability instead of seeing my ability. Members, let's be realistic. We are asking our governor, we are giving recommendations just to check his house. I'm asking governor, we school with him in primary school. And he knew how we used to struggle as people with disability. And I know he has a heart for people with disability. For him to accept me in this county, he knew Bridget will perform. And I'm doing my duties of representation, oversight. It is my right as nominated to stand with people with disability. I cannot be sleeping in my house. And there is someone calling me as person with disability. He or she doesn't have even 200 shillings for food because he has never been paid salary for August and September. And he was working in this Nandi County. Honorable members, let's be honorables. My mom told me, stand with people of Nandi, especially people with disability. My mom has 2 kids with disability, and she has never despised me. I'm the breadwinner as a person with disability. Honorable members elected, I went round with my situation. I went until Chef Said and I saw even a child with disability in that ECD. And then you will not support this report, surely. Nandi County, my years can end 2027. But I trust God. No one is holding my destiny. And I assure you, 2027, by now I might not know anything, but I know God has a purpose. Let us fight for the truth. and the truth will save you. As a nominated MCA and you are fighting for the youth, fight for it. I pity those who are elected. You know me, sometimes I say I have nothing to lose. But I thank God where I am, I can stand and say I have a confidence whereby even next generation, I can even stand to be a women rep. But you elected who wants to still come here, and you see the pathetic situation in Nandi County, surely 2027, siri ni moja, I quote, utaenda nyumbani. As you know the rights of people with disability, I just want to quote 2. Constitution, Article 54, Chapter 2, that state shall ensure the progressive implementation of principles that at least 5% the members of the public in elective and appointive body are people with disability. For now, if you go, or if you look Nandi County, people with disability are not at work. They are not. Because I have the list of those who were sacked. There were more than 50. And I forgot to bring the list. So I urge members, before you make any decision, remember that elected member who used wheelchair, who crawled and fought for you. I have washed my hands. Even if you decided today this ad hoc report will not go, I know God, or people will see me as a winner. I've stood with people of Nandi County, and I'm proud to say that me nominated, I, Bridget, nominated, I will remain in historical books of Nandi County. God bless you, and I love you.
Honorable Ezra.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to make my contribution and later make my informed decision on this issue at hand. First, Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the team led by MCA from Kapsabet, Honorable Matata, and the whole team for the wonderful job done. And as we speak here today, we have the report with us, a very detailed report, a final report with serious recommendation. As said by other honorable members here, Honorable Speaker, I was one of the many honorable members here who supported the whole process, starting from August, when the motion of county importance was moved by Honorable Tarbey from Nandi. All of us, including me, I stood here family, although we differed on the methodology as said by my good friend Balala from Jemase. But at the end of it, the results that we wanted were the same. Honorable Speaker, I am one person who believes in the rule of law. And I'm one person who believes in the Bible that I swore against. This assembly, or any parliamentary house, is a house of laws, procedure, records, evidence, and facts. It's not about emotions. The decision that this house will make today will not be made based on emotions. We are not here to whip members' emotions, but we are here to make informed decisions based on facts that this team went to the ground and saw. However painful it is, some things may be, the big question is, are we following the law? Are these factual? Those are the basis of any particular house when prosecuting its matters of this particular process. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to go directly to the report by my good friend. I was very keen during that short recess when the Haddock team were doing their sittings here. I was one of the people who were following in YouTube, in Facebook page of this county assembly. It was very clear. We saw the presentation by the CCA members, CEOs, directors, and the rest. Allow me to start with the Department of Finance and Economic Planning. I saw the chair here. He invited a team of 3 members, the CCA member in charge of finance, the director in charge of finance, the CEO in charge of finance, and the director procurement. One of the challenges that I have seen in this report, the chair did not mention why the director of finance did not appear with the team here. And on that day, there was a letter, but it's not captured in the report. We have seen other members that were invited from the public to come and give their submissions. It's written here that some send their letters that they will not appear. I wanted to see
a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point? Under outstanding order, Honorable Mutwal. Honorable Ezra, you may remain seated in the meantime.
90.
Yes.
Okay, Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance. Mine is to clarify what
Honorable Member, can you just restrict yourself to the point of order?
Okay, the thing is that
Member.
it is not only the Department of Finance that where the director never accompanied the others. Even we have some other department where we didn't have the directors. So with us, we saw it was in order to have the director supply chain because he was the right person to answer us about all these things about procurement. So actually,
Honorable Member, rather than clarifying, just raise that point of order. How is the Honorable Member from Kurgung Surungai out of order? Rather,
Yes.
you presume him to be out of order so that I can give directions, whether he's in order or out of order.
I mean that he's out of order by saying that why only the director of finance and is not mentioning other departments whereby the directors never came for the...
Honorable Member, you may take your seat. Honorable Rotich, probably you are building up on your submission. If in the course of your submission you can also mention something then about...
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and I appreciate the Vice Chair of that particular committee. It was just a direct question whether or not that director was invited or not. I know the Chair will substantiate when he'll be making right of reply in the due course. One of the issues that was raised, Honorable Speaker, which is a serious one that touches on leave of absence. Public Service Commission Regulation 2020 provides for the same in section 38 for leave of absence for any other public officer to serve in any contractual position. So I don't see why the committee is questioning.
Mr. Speaker, accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
sir.
yes, Honorable Ezra, take your seat. Honorable Bet.
My good friend, the Honorable Ezra, Public Service Commission only applies to national government, whereas county government, all the matters to do with employment is within County Public Service Board. County Secretary, Mr. Francis Sang, did confirm that as far as he's in charge of County Public Service, he has never signed leave of absence, and that should be the case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is in the record of these proceedings.
Honorable Ezra, will you be able to
Well clarified,
substantiate
Honorable
that
Speaker.
or retract and proceed?
Well clarified by the member of that particular committee. I'm happy because I was following him and he was very serious on matters, constitution and the laws of Kenya. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for that particular. On one of the findings on this particular report, Honorable Speaker, that touches on CCA member in charge of finance and economic planning, finding number 5 was that there was non-compliance with fiscal responsibility on wage bill for those subsequent years, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. And this is the house that passed that particular, this is the house that approved that particular budget. We were sitting here, we approved it without rejecting. There was no one who rejected the same, Honorable Speaker. So I'm surprised why today we are finding that as a fault in this particular, on these particular issues that were raised by the chair here. I want to be very brief because I know time is not on our side, Honorable Speaker. There was an issue on the Department of Health that touches on the donation of the hearing aid. I was watching keenly when the CCA member and the CEO clarified very well that the donation that was here, that was brought to this county, the one that is free is the assessment machine, the machine that assesses the status of hearing of a particular child. And I was with the chair when that particular machine was being brought. The only thing, when the child is noted that he or she has a problem, what is the corrective measure? They need hearing machine. And that is different from what is being, what was being donated. That particular donor goes ahead to assist the child by subsidizing those particular accessories, availing them at the point where assessment is being done. And that is why you see that there was some slight payment on the same issue. That is on the issue of gadgets. We have other issues, Honorable Speaker, on matters variation, on tender documents or other contracts. I'm not a good person in terms of contracts because I've never been one before. But the Public Procurement Act provides for a variation up to 25%, and it's captured. And on this report, it's clearly indicated that the Mata and Pepe unit, the variation stands at 24.84. It's yet to exceed 25%. But the committee is projecting that it will exceed. That's why they are finding a fault on the same. We are not dealing with foreseen situations. We are dealing with facts.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Under outstanding order, Honorable Keter.
9, the accuracy of facts.
Well, proceed.
Now, the honorable member has alleged that the variation is 24 point something, and we are not foreseeing another variation. The question, it was not about how many percent have they. The question, that percentage is based on how much was it allocated to that building so that you can calculate that percentage. Because in that the same Mother and Pepe, we had two contradictory statements. One being the actual contracted sums was 370. Then engineers estimate it was 370. And the other one, it was around 408, 409. Now, if I was to ask you today, which amount did you use to get 2.4? Did you use The recent one
Honorable
or the other one?
Honorable Ketera, I think your point is home, and Honorable Ezra.
Honorable Speaker, hope you are noting that my time is being hit by the
Yeah,
point of
you'll
order.
have your time. You'll have your time.
You know-
Honorable Keter, the honorable member has indicated that in the report it is captured. The
It's
variation
captured, that is-
captured as 24 point something percent.
0.84.
Apparently, you've also raised another issue as the engineer's estimate and the other one. Probably now that you sat in the committee, as at the time you arrived to that percentage of 24.7. Which figure did you use? Is it the 370 or the 409? So that the honorable member can be able to justify. Honorable
Point of
Ezra,
information.
You want to inform the honorable house? Yeah. Proceed before he takes up his
The
seat.
24.8% was submitted by the department itself, that the variation was at 24.8, but now they give us contradicting statement in terms of the engineer's estimate and the contracted sum.
Well, I think
So it's
the
not
House
the
is
honorable
well
member.
informed. So, Honorable Ezra, as you respond to that.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. It was good for the committee also to capture on the same report the two contradicting statements, because what I saw is the 49 shillings, 49 million, and then after variation up to 511, which is yet to exceed the 25%. I think that was, I'm giving my comments based on the report. That is my submission, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rotich, I know your time is up, but because of interruptions, you have 2 to 3 minutes to wind up.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. There was also another issue, Honorable Speaker, on the payment captured by the report, that there was a payment of 5 million on the issue of insurance. I think the committee was furnished very well that the chief officer, the current chief officer, was recovering. It was a recovery, not a payment. And
Point of order,
the
Mr.
same thing was
Speaker.
submitted to the chair.
Honorable
think
Ezra, there is a point
what
of order.
the
Under what standing order,
Number 90
Honorable?
accuracy on facts.
Well,
The 5 million was captured very well. That under the contractual obligations, it is captured in the contract document, issues to do on insurances. So, Honorable, the issue is captured here and it is elaborated, and we were questioning why the CEO advanced 5 million in terms of insurances without showing it in the relevant interim payment certificates, because these are issues that should be captured well when processing the relevant interim payment certificates.
Honorable Rotich, will you be able to clarify or rather substantiate on that?
Honorable Speaker, the only thing that the chair didn't make it clear is whether he's talking of the project, the mother and baby project started, it's a multi-year project. It started long year ago. So there was the chief officer who paid the 5 million, that is around 2019. But on this particular here, the current chief officer was doing a recovery
Honorable
of the
Rotich,
5
there
million.
is another point of
Point
order.
of
Under
order.
what standing order, Honorable Maina?
On accuracy, Honorable Speaker, could the member substantiate when he says that mother and baby is a multi-year? On what is he basing it? Does he have evidence?
Thank you. I think that is basics, Honorable Speaker. We have proved the CIDP in this house.
Honorable Speaker,
we must be integrated development plan.
Honorable members, Honorable Rotich, kindly address yourself to the point of order as raised.
What I was saying, Honorable Speaker, the point of order raised my good friend Shangu. The mother and baby and all the flagship projects in this county are multi-year projects, which are captured in the county integrated development plan. If the member needs approval or rather verification, I'll do it in the next sitting, because we have a CIDP within our premises. That is what I know, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Maina, I think he needs time to be able to do a substantiate that.
You see, Honorable Speaker, the challenge that we normally have is when a member makes an assertion that is far-reaching, yet it is not accurate.
Honorable Isaiah
and it goes
Maina,
into the records of this House.
Honorable Isaiah Maina, it is on record that the honorable members requested for time to be able to substantiate on that. Honorable Rotich, please proceed.
Because of time, Honorable Speaker, allow me to make my conclusion based on the final recommendation by the committee. Recommending to the governor to send away, or rather to dismiss, all CCM members of the county means we are crippling the activities of this particular county. One of the reasons as to why today I will stand and reject the report is because we cannot allow a county to collapse just like that. A report that recommends each and every CCM member and CEOs.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Is it in order for the Honorable member to claim that if indeed the appointing authority were to dismiss, that the county would collapse? Is he in order?
Honorable Rotich, are you able to substantiate that?
Honorable Speaker, it's in order because the people who are in charge of each and every department, look for example, the CCM in charge of finance and economic planning is the sole responsible person who is supposed to sign salaries for the county employees. Supply of each and everything that is supposed to be put in this county. It's the CCM member in charge of finance. So what do we expect when we have such kind of situations?
Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Point of order on accuracy of fact,
Honorable
Mr.
members,
Speaker.
I think we need to make progress. As much as you have the right to
Mr. Speaker,
raise a point of order. What is your point of order, Honorable?
On the accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in other counties, we've had a situation where a governor is impeached, for instance. He goes home with all his or her CECs, like in the case of even Meru recently, Mr. Speaker, although there is a court case. Have we ever witnessed any of those counties where its governor has been impeached? Have we ever witnessed them collapsing, Mr. Speaker? Isn't this misleading? And in any case, Mr. Speaker, we usually start without a CEC when we get elected. And then slowly we come and have a CEC or CECs. So for the honorable member to say that Nandi is going to collapse is totally misleading, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Rotich.
Point of order.
Substantiate that. What is your point of order, Honorable Tarbe, again?
The honorable member has referred to the CC for finance, saying that is the one who cites everything, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to confirm whether the honorable member is implying that the CC is indispensable, Mr. Speaker. Can you confirm,
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, just on the same note, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who happens to be the chairman of health is a bit dodgeful, Mr. Speaker, because he's assuming to be the person who should be responding to this question, Mr. Speaker, but he's also being selective because there is an issue of mass grave. He's not talking about it. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Martin Douglas, you are out of order. You cannot choose what the honorable member from Kurgung should submit on and what he should not submit on.
Honorable Speaker,
Ezra, will you please address yourself?
The reason as to why I'm being selective on some issues, Honorable Speaker, is because of time. Otherwise, I could have dispensed in quite a number of issues, that, including that one that is raised by the member here. All said and done, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rotich, address yourself to the point of orders raised by the two honorable members before you proceed. If you are unable to substantiate that, you could please retract and proceed.
Honorable Speaker, the county executive members are responsible in running day-to-day activities of a particular department. We cannot run away from that. I cannot imagine a situation whereby we have only governor and deputy governor presiding over each and every activity of the county. And on the same report, Honorable Speaker, the CEOs are recommended to go home as per the report by the appointing authority. Who appoints, who feds the CEOs? It's the Public Service Board. Public Service Board, you are saying, the report is saying for them to go home. In other words, in the next 6 months, nothing will continue in this county. And it's the same public that will ask us for roads, they will ask us for each and every activity that is required in our words, Honorable Speaker. So, as I finalize, Honorable Speaker, just like you and everyone here, we are supporters of...
my point of order has not been addressed, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Roticha, Honorable Member from Nandi asked whether the CC in charge of finance is indispensable.
Maybe the English used indispensable, Honorable Speaker, is a bit complicated. I don't know if he can use a better term.
You did not seek that clarification at the time when he was raising his point of order. Could you please just address yourself to that issue so that we make progress?
So, Honorable Speaker, a CCA member in charge of finance, or rather treasury, is responsible in payment of salaries, is responsible of payment on each and everything that takes place in the county. So we are certain that when the CCA member in charge of finance or the CEO in this particular case, or even the director are not there, what do we expect? We expect that this county will collapse. That is basic language, Honorable Speaker, that the member here should understand. All said and done, just like you, Honorable Speaker, who supports Manchester United, we have members here who support various teams. My friend Shangu supports Eldoret FC. He doesn't support those Britain teams. On my side here, I support Arsenal. We have one crucial player in the 11 members of any football team, and that is the goalkeeper. A goalkeeper is the most important player in football team. Most of the time, however, goalkeepers are charged for the goals they let in rather than the saves they make. Once in a while, when Arsenal is playing against Chelsea, our goalkeeper in Arsenal makes up to 30 saves. But by the time they let in one particular goal, that is when the judgment will come in. The HADO committee focused on 10 to 20% of what classified as PAL.
What is your point of order?
But did not focus.
Honorable Rotich, take your seat.
Yes.
What is your point of order?
Yeah, point of order on clarity of facts.
Yes.
So the honorable member, I've talked of the CC. CC is not an accounting officer. The person who normally signs the payroll is the CEO. And then in Nandi County here, the signing of the salaries, the payroll, is normally done in a merry-go-round. And there is one CEO who is there. He can still sign the salary because it is not the work of the CEC. It is the work of the CEO because that person is the accounting officer. Okay. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, for how long does it take a governor to come up with the CCs?
Well,
let the honorable member tell this House. Unlike the president who dismissed all his cabinets, it took him a very short period to come up with the others. And yet, again, some were even brought back. And they were clear to continue. So we are here in Nandi.
Well, I think
it will take a very short time, even 1 week, for the government to get us the CC. And we are ready as this
Your
House.
point of order is home,
Thank you,
Honorable
Mr.
Member.
Speaker.
Honorable Rotich, in a minute, she's raised.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Address yourself to the point of order that she's raised so that you conclude.
He made it clearly, Honorable Speaker,
Yeah.
that the CEO in charge of finance is the signatory of those particular accounts that he mentioned. And on the same report, we are saying the CEOs also should go home. So it's a replica of the same, Honorable Speaker. And number two,
There is one CEO who can sign.
is this the procedure, Honorable Speaker?
Honorable members, this is a very honorable house, and let's address the House with a lot of decorum.
In the 30 seconds, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say the law of maximum of equity. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. I stand to reject this ad hoc report.
I think I'd given directions. It was Honorable Sum, and thereafter Honorable Keter, and then Honorable Sang.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion. First of all, I want to concur with all the honorable members in support of this motion. This motion, Honorable Speaker, is very, very important to this county. During the motion for the matters of county importance, we all agreed that things were going wrong in Nandi. And we went ahead to receive reports from different departments. And after we went for report writing in Nakuru, we noticed a lot of gray areas that necessitated the formation of ad hoc committee. Honorable Speaker, as I remember well, I was the mover for the formation of the ad hoc committee. Honorable Speaker, the ad hoc committee went ahead and investigated different projects with questions all over Nandi County, and now it has come up with this report. Honorable Speaker, as representative of the people of Kabisaga ward, there are projects that were captured in my ward that had a lot of questions, Honorable Speaker. Take for example, in the Department of Roads, they captured a project called Eiserongeng Kabirir Calvert in their report as complete and operational. But Honorable Speaker, the true picture on the ground is that that project doesn't exist at all. That, Honorable Speaker, points to the existence of ghost projects within our departments in Nandi County. Again, Honorable Speaker, there is a project called Muruto Ketam Galvat. This was the project that was in the budget of 2022-2023. And this project raised a lot of questions because a contractor who had been given the opportunity to do the project only managed to deliver 2 tippers of ballast. And Honorable Speaker, the roads department went ahead and facilitated the payment of 857,000 Kenya shillings to that contractor after only delivering 2 tippers of ballast. The same department, Honorable Speaker, went ahead in April this year and contracted another contractor who successfully completed that project. And up to now, Honorable Speaker, the contractor who successfully did that project has not been paid. Honorable Speaker, coming to the water department, as the chair of that department, Honorable Speaker, it is one of the departments in this county that has a lot of non-completed projects. It has a lot of non-completed projects. For example, a project in Koyondurio called Siwa Water Project. A project in my ward called Kimogoj Water Project. A project in my ward, Kabisaga, called Kormayat Water Project. A project in Kabisaga ward called Chesiliel Water Project. Projects which have never been completed. but they are being rolled over every year, and it is evident that money has been lost, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming to the Department of Agriculture, we had a big project called Commercial Water Project under NARIC. The report from the Finance Department shows that a whooping sum of 21 million was spent on that project. But going to the ground, Honorable Speaker, you will realize there was no value for money because that project was never implemented. But the record shows 21 million was lost in that project. So I support this, this motion, Honorable Speaker, because of such reasons. Coming to the public service, Honorable Speaker, we all realize and are alive to the fact that there has been messes within the public service, Honorable Speaker. The current crisis of cost workers, Honorable Speaker, is a testament of the failure by the Public Service Board and the Department of Administration and Public Service to carry out their diligence and responsibility correctly. So they have to carry the responsibility, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've heard my colleague, honorable members, alluding to the fact that this county will collapse when the CECs goes home. I know, Honorable Speaker, the recommendations as per this report is saying that we recommend to the appointing authority, that is His Excellency, the Governor, to dismiss. I am aware and I am alive to the fact that it will be the responsibility of His Excellency, the Governor. He will be at liberty to dismiss all of them or to retain some for the running of the government. So, Honorable Speaker, such a fear should not arise. Otherwise, I support, because we have to correct the messes that have been in this county for the last 2 years. I support, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Order and outstanding order, Honorable Sang.
On issue to do with the order number 90, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you can allow me, because I raised on order before he finished.
Now that you've admitted that, order, honorable members, now that you've admitted that you're raising your point of order when the honorable member is seated, you can take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It was apparently you are the next online, thereafter Honorable Keter, and finally Honorable Susan, before the move of the motion gets a right of reply. Honorable Sang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, it depends on how you look at the digit number 9. And it depends on which side you look at the same digit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as it was alleged, if you may allow, because I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, by honorable member from Kabisaga, that it is upon the appointing authority to decide whether to dismiss all or retain some for the progress of the county government of Nandi. That means he confirms that if all go, then the county government stands crippled, Mr. Speaker. So maybe that was my clarity that I was seeking, Mr. Speaker. But all said and done, Mr. Speaker, as it is, depending on the arguments that have been put forth by most of us, Mr. Speaker, depending on the recommendations that has been submitted by the committee, I do not think that it is in order for the appointing authority to do less than what the recommendation has said. Mine, Mr. Speaker, is just to question on the aspect of actually removal of all the CECs and the CEOs, Mr. Speaker. Having been a member from Kobujoi Ward, Mr. Speaker, and the same report, having gone through several the departments that were raised, Mr. Speaker, you realize that nothing was captured in Kobujoi Ward, Mr. Speaker. But having said that...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mosbey, and our standing order. Honorable Sang.
On accuracy of fact.
Well.
So that I want for the member to clarify. Because while we were in Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, every elected member from any particular, from whatever ward, was there to point out aspects that the M&E report that we had been given had pointed out. Mr. Speaker, having been a member of ad hoc committee, the member from my neighbor actually, from Kobujoi, was not in Nakuru. He did not submit anything, or rather he did not tell us anything in his word that was questionable, Mr. Speaker. While again because I was leading the team in Aldai, the honorable member from Kobujoi could not give us anything that he thought was questionable so that we would visit, Mr. Speaker. So for him now, Mr. Speaker, to claim that we didn't point out any project in his word is being too mean with facts, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Matthew Sang, will you be kind enough to
Honorable Speaker,
substantiate that?
I think we need to be truthful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mosbey was the team leader for Aldai. And he has a message that I asked him, when are you coming to Kobujoi? He can prove, unless otherwise.
Let's not delve on that. Honorable Sang, if you can substantiate whether you are able to raise any issues pertaining Kobujoi.
I raised, Mr. Speaker.
We make progress.
Even in the previous argument.
Mr. Speaker.
You want to inform the Honorable member?
House, because
Honorable Sang, let the
Honorable
Honorable
member
inform the
Speaker,
House.
because I was the chair of the defunct ad hoc committee. Honorable Speaker, yesterday while I was tabling this report, I indicated that some of the appendixes was what I tabled here, Mr. Speaker. And it is very wrong for any member of this House to say that some of the information was not captured. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, while we were in Nakuru, it was the honorable members that actually indicated or pointed out the gray areas. And those gray areas is what actually informed the terms of reference, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Sang.
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Kindly, Honorable Speaker,
let the whole House.
Kindly.
Let the Honorable member inform the whole House so that you can continue.
Yeah, like what Honorable Chair said, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable member to allude that there is nothing in Kobujoi, Mr. Speaker, from the annexes. There is a road which was done double in Kobujoi Ward, and it is annexed in the submission of the department, Mr. Speaker, that a road was done once by two companies, that is Fatamea, but I can substantiate that, Mr. Speaker, so that for avoidance of doubt, it is in the report, Mr. Speaker. So for the member to allude that Kobujoi is clean is misleading this Honorable Hospital, and I can substantiate that with records, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sang, unless you are not... Will you please...
Honorable Speaker, I have not said any word is clean. And you know, I do not dismiss the report, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sang, Honorable member has informed the House that there is a road in Kobujoi Ward.
Yes.
And you had initially indicated that there is nothing that was done in, or rather the ADO committee has no report as regard anything in Kobujoi. So please.
As it was indicated by honorable members that have rose on point of order, Speaker, they have dismissed that I didn't point out. But I pointed it out, Mr. Speaker. For them to realize that there is an issue in Kobujoi, I pointed it out, Mr. Speaker.
That is why address yourself to that issue, whether there is anything in Kobujoi or not, so that
the same roads, the allegation honorable member is making is that one company did the 2 roads, but the roads were done, honorable Speaker.
So is it something that it is part of this report, so that we can be able to make progress?
It is there, honorable Speaker.
Well, then I think it is fair enough for you to retract the statement that there is nothing that was captured in Kobujoi.
No, what I mean, honorable Speaker.
Honorable member.
What I mean, honorable Speaker, is that the visit that was done by the committee to confirm on the projects was not done. Why am I raising this question, honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, the committee had all the time to visit a project in Chepterwoi ward, that is Chepsaita ECD, that was not in question, honorable Speaker, that was not captured in the budget, honorable Speaker, but decided not to visit a project in Kobujoi ward. That is my argument. They had all the time to visit projects that were not in question, but leave out projects that were in question.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sang, you are attracting a number of point of orders. Honorable Muchol.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to clarify. I am the member of Education Committee. The Chepsaita case, the honorable member from Chepterwoi has been pestering us about the Chepsaita. He has been telling us, you as the committee, why can't you visit the place? Because the building is already condemned. And even the CC and the CEO had the report of the Chepsaita being a condemned ECD. So to tell the people that you had all the time to transfer up to that end, and you failed to give us the project for your work.
Honorable Sarah, we appreciate your concerns. Honorable Sang, proceed, please.
I think, honorable Speaker, the same project, the honorable member from Chepterwoi has been pestering the Education Committee, not the ad hoc committee. Here, we are discussing...
Point of information, Mr. Speaker. Why is he using Chepterwoi? Chepterwoi is not only the farthest ward.
Well,
Honorable Ngarisha, keep off my word.
Honorable members, I believe you represent the entire of Nandi County, and therefore, you know, a member has a liberty to make reference to any other place. But as you make that contribution, you need to be very sensitive on the matter.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No, I'm
point
not
of order, Mr.
admitting
Speaker.
any other point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker, these are serious allegations.
What is your point of order, Honorable Tarbey?
Mr. Speaker, on the accuracy of fact, the honorable member for Kobujoi has confirmed that the road was done by 2 contractors. And when we summoned the roads department, the finance department, Mr. Speaker, initially, they had brought us the records which showing the 2 companies having done the same road. But I don't know how they caught wind of the information and they went and changed, Mr. Speaker. So it means there is a collusion between the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, because the department denied.
No,
so
honorable member.
I wanted
Honorable
for the member to
Tarbey,
substantiate, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tarbey, as you raise a point of order, you cannot insinuate that there is a collusion between the honorable member and the Department of Finance.
Alleged, Mr. Speaker, because
Yes.
the member has confirmed that the road was done by the 2 companies, Mr. Speaker. So we want to go in record for this honorable house, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I think his argument, Mr. Speaker, said one company did 2 roads. Not that two contractors did one road. No. He's misleading us, Honorable Speaker. He's misleading
Mr.
us,
Speaker, for the
Honorable
records
Speaker.
of this House. Two
Kindly,
companies,
Honorable Speaker,
two companies.
kindly, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sang, for
the
clarity.
record of this House, Mr. Speaker, two companies did one road.
Well, I think initially...
And
you
the
said
member
that,
confirmed. That's why I didn't want the message to go.
Honorable Sang, you've had that clarification that two roads, or rather two companies did one road. Yeah. So whether, will you please substantiate that?
Actually, we need to confirm that, Honorable Speaker. If time allows,
if
Honorable
that
Speaker.
is not what is on record, you can retract and...
No, let's confirm that from the records, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sang, have given directions. If you feel that that is not the position, you can retract and make progress.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we proceed...
Honorable Sang, there is an issue that you need to clarify before you proceed, whether one
Honorable Speaker,
was done by, or rather...
The question was whether two roads were done by one company, which the member has confirmed. But I don't see any problem by two roads being done by one company. But anyway, let me withdraw. Let me withdraw.
Clarity of facts, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Martin, take your seat. Honorable Sang, the honorable member from Nandia said that one road, or rather, is it one road was done by the two companies? I think that is what is in issue. So
it's not that way.
Then you can
I dispute that.
Progress.
I dispute that. I will retract, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed then.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I conclude the matter, we've had the recommendations done by the committee, which actually, Honorable Speaker, no, the situation at hand is not good, Honorable Speaker. If you go across the county, the Nandi County, the situation of health situation in Nandi is a problem. We admit that. The issue on the roads is an issue that affects our community. To that, I commend the committee for coming up with a good recommendation on that. But my concern, Honorable Speaker, was why is it that we need to put on hold everything in the county by just dismissing all the CECs and CEOs, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, for your information, the Honorable Angira, the CEC, when the CECs were dismissed the other time by the court, acted as the CEC in charge of finance for some time. And actually, the county progressed. It will be unfair, being a representative of the minority, to be dismissed on allegations, Honorable Speaker, that actually are not fair to concerning the hearing that she was presented. So, to my view, Honorable Speaker, on the same recommendations, how I wish, even if we copy from the Senate on the allegations of the impeachment if you allow, Honorable Speaker.
Just address yourself to the report. This is not...
I'm borrowing, yeah. Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
If I may borrow, the judgments, the charge sheet, the allegations were 9, Honorable Speaker. Kindly allow me to just conclude.
Wind up. You have 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. The allegations were 11, but all the allegations were voted separately. How I wish the same departments and the CECs and CEOs could be voted separately so that we achieve what we would wish to achieve. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I'm yet to be convinced. Thank you.
Honorable Keter, and very last, Honorable Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to applaud our chair, Mr. Speaker, who was chairing the ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at some time when I got time, I could follow, and I was seeing him, he was fair, Mr. Speaker, on how he conducted this work. And I want to say, Honorable Matata did a good work. Mr. Speaker, when we were passing the ad hoc committee in this county assembly, I did say, Mr. Speaker, I was relying on Honorable Isaiah Maina and Honorable Faith, Mr. Speaker, from Kapchorwa. And I met that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Shongu, I can believe him, he can die for a cause, if you can remember, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this committee went and did their report, Mr. Speaker. They visited Chepkunyuk Ward, Mr. Speaker, where I am the MCA of the area, Mr. Speaker. And they called me, Mr. Speaker, and I think those projects they visited in Chepkunyuk, they have given a green bill of health, Mr. Speaker, that they were done in the right way, Mr. Speaker. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, I'm doing a good job there, Mr. Speaker, on oversight, so that we don't have cost projects in Chepkunyuk Ward. Mr. Speaker, what I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, is that, Mr. Speaker, the recommendation. In my thinking, Mr. Speaker, I thought the committee could have made some recommendations, Mr. Speaker, that we come to this county assembly, we form a 5-member committee to do further investigation, Mr. Speaker, and give the CECs and the CEOs, Mr. Speaker, fair hearing. And if they are culpable, Mr. Speaker, we impeach them in this county assembly. But the committee, Mr. Speaker, did a recommendation that the governor, Mr. Speaker, do dismiss.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Under outstanding order, Honorable
Under
Maina.
accuracy, Honorable Speaker. You see,
Honorable Maina, you keep on saying that under the standing order of accuracy.
Okay,
Will you be
accuracy of
kind
facts. I would
enough to
like,
say, standing order number 90.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is it in order for the Honorable Member to insinuate or even to suggest that the committee actually were going, that the CCs would not be given a fair hearing? Yet he knows that the governor is given an authority under the law to dismiss without any explanation. But we have already given the explanations here. If this House wants to remove CCs, then we will remove them under a separate method, which is this 5-member committee. So I think, being a ranking member, he should be happy that I'm teaching him something.
Honorable Tildai, kindly address that issue that
Mr. Speaker, he has not taught me anything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had a committee in the first assembly and in the second assembly. And the difference, Mr. Speaker,
honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, I know you give them a lot of attention, Mr. Speaker, when we are contributing. When they were contributing, we were fair.
Honorable Keter, you cannot make such allegation against the chair. Honorable Keter, I don't plan when to get a point of order or not.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to clarify.
No, honorable member, it is not an issue of clarification.
Yes.
It is not an issue of clarification. Please let him address
Accuracy
the point.
of facts, Mr.
Let
Speaker.
him raise a point. Let him
Accuracy
address
of facts.
Honorable,
so that
Honorable
he
Sarah.
continues, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Sarah, kindly take your seat. Honorable Keter,
Mr. Speaker,
there is a point of order that has been
Mr.
made.
Speaker, the point of order, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying we had another committee in the first assembly. We made some recommendations, Mr. Speaker, to impeach the CECs. The report of the other committee was different from this one. The second assembly, Mr. Speaker, again, it was impeaching of the CECs from from the county assembly. But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I thought they could.
Keter,
Yes.
Honorable Keter,
Yes.
You've heard the point of order as raised by the honorable member that this is not a motion of proposing for impeachment. It is just
Mr. Speaker,
recommending to His Excellency the Governor for removal.
that is
Just
why
address yourself
that
to
is what I was saying, Mr. Speaker. I was expecting, because I'm a ranking member, I knew what was being done previously. But I said the committee, Mr. Speaker, decided to do that they want to recommend, Mr. Speaker, for the governor to dismiss. But they had again, Mr. Speaker, a leeway of giving us here. It was, I'm thinking, I'm not out of order, Mr. Speaker, because the other committees which was done previously, Mr. Speaker, recommended that we form 5-member committee, Mr. Speaker, to do further investigation, and if they found, Mr. Speaker, they bring us impeachment motion. And why I support that one, Mr. Speaker, is because we will be voting on individual, not lumping all of them. That was the way. But Mr. Speaker, here we are doing.
Point of honor, Honorable Speaker. You see,
Honorable
nice.
Isaiah Maina.
I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Isaiah
just
Maina, kindly take your seat. Honorable Keter,
Yes.
wind up please as you address the point of order raised by the honorable member.
Yes.
You also spoke of something to do with the fair hearing.
I said, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
on my thinking, I was expecting the committee to do what I said. But the committee, Mr. Speaker, have decided that we give the governor to dismiss the CECs and the CEOs except one, and then to dismiss some directors, Mr. Speaker. So I think I'm in order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order?
On accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker, going by the terms of reference, and the mover of the person who brought during the adoption, the formation of the committee, we had the terms of reference. And one of the terms was to give the appropriate recommendation. And that is what we have actually done. Yes.
And Mr. Speaker,
Tulai, just restrict yourself to those issues, please.
Yeah, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I am saying exactly what Honorable Matata is saying, because they had a leeway to give us in this county assembly or to recommend to the governor. And they decided that we give the governor to dismiss the CEOs, the CECs, some directors, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, to do away with the public service. That is what is in the report. And Mr. Speaker, why I'm saying I'm worried, Mr. Speaker, is that, you know me.
What the honorable member was about to.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
I know, Mr. Speaker, that members who are supporting, they don't want that point.
Honorable,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Keter,
And protect me, Mr. Speaker, so that
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable
Mr.
members.
Speaker.
Point of order, Mr.
Order, honorable members. You know, a point of order is raised by honorable member. Before that is addressed another point of order. Would you wait for the honorable member to address that before you raise that other point of order, so that we can be able to make progress?
We
We're
have
losing
already
track.
raised the point.
We're losing track. Honorable Keter, you've been
Thank you, Mr.
asked
Speaker, for
whether
protecting me.
those issues.
Mr.
as
Speaker,
regard the signing of
what I am
returns
saying
to
is
work
this.
formula. Honorable
What
Keter,
I am saying
I'm
is this.
addressing you, Honorable Keter.
Thank you.
Honorable Keter, I'm addressing.
You should be
Honorable
seated,
Keter.
Mr. Speaker. This is disrespectful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Keter, take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat, please. Honorable member, the honorable member from Chemundu has raised a point of order as to whether, as well put by yourself, that these are current affairs, the return to work formula, whether it is a matter before the county assembly. Kindly address yourself to that so that we can be able to make progress.
What I am saying, Mr. Speaker, let me not talk about the current affairs. Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is this. There is a return to work formula which was agreed by the governor and the union, Mr. Speaker, before they go to work. Mr. Speaker, what I am worried is this. If we dismiss
Point
the
of
public
order,
service.
Mr. Speaker, because
Honorable Keter,
on accurate,
you seem not to be addressing that point of order, and that
Yes.
is why we are attracting a number of point of orders. Will you please just address whether
Mr.
it is
Speaker,
a matter?
Let me address, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
allow me.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying I'm worried, Mr. Speaker, because if we are dissolving the public service, who have advertised, Mr. Speaker, positions, Mr. Speaker, for employees, Mr. Speaker, who comes from our wards. And they expect to be employed, Mr. Speaker, back because they were laid off, Mr. Speaker, by saying, Mr. Speaker, they were not employed in the right terms, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, public service, if we dismiss,
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
if we dismiss the public service.
For heaven's
Honorable,
sake.
under what standing order, Honorable
Clarity, Mr.
Martin?
Speaker.
Honorable Keter, take your seat.
Clarity, for heaven's sake, Mr. Speaker, you are the chair of this house, Mr. Speaker. As what Keter is talking about has been dispensed in this house, Mr. Speaker, to do with the return formula and everything, Mr. Speaker. It has not. So that is propaganda, Mr. Speaker. We are not here to talk about propagandas. We are here to talk about things that have been dispensed in this house, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Keter, will you be kind enough to retract that if you cannot substantiate so that we can be able to
Mr.
make
Speaker,
progress?
I've retracted that one of current affairs. And I said, Mr. Speaker, public service.
Honorable Martin, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, it is in the vote that we will do away, when we pass this motion, Mr. Speaker, we will do away with public service. And it is in the vote. That is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, supposing we do away with this, with public service, Mr. Speaker, they advertised the other time. What I'm expecting, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Public service.
Honorable Keter, what is your
Yes.
point of order, Honorable
Yes,
Julius?
still in that one, accuracy of facts, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member is still insisting that if we get away, it is not our mandatory to get those people away, Mr. Speaker. He's just jumping on a can, Mr. Speaker. We have recommended to the CEO for the county, Mr. Speaker. And the honorable member here is giving us...
Honorable member Keter, we've heard your point of order. Apparently, Honorable Keter was justifying as to why, I don't know whether he's in support of the report or not. Will you please let him wind up?
Mr. Speaker, I said I'm worried because, Mr. Speaker, the same public service, Mr. Speaker, which is in the report, Mr. Speaker, when we pass this one, Mr. Speaker, we are saying the governor to do away with this public service and we recruit a new one, Mr. Speaker. That is what is happening in this report. And that is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. I am worried because, Mr. Speaker, there is some positions which have been advertised, Mr. Speaker, by this same public service.
Point of
public service, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
and this public service, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Honorable Keter,
Kindly-
under what standing order, Honorable Mosbey?
Number 90, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Keter from Chepkunyuk Ward has delved into a matter that is very, very sensitive, Mr. Speaker, about the workers and also about the advertisements that has been put there. He has said that in the current affairs, the return to work formula...
I think that has been retracted, please. So
No,
that
he
we don't
hasn't.
go back there.
I want him to be categorical, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, that those who shall be considered, or rather those who had been dismissed, will be given priority. Does it mean that the other new applicants stand no chance, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Isaac, as much as you raised your point of order, I didn't hear in the part of his submissions the aspect of giving priority. But again, you can be able to address yourself on the other issues.
Mr. Speaker, as I whine, Mr. Speaker, because of my minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Address the point of order raised before I rule whether you out of order or otherwise before you make progress.
Mr. Speaker, I had retracted the current affairs and he went back to the current affairs that the governor had negotiations with the union and I retracted.
When?
And that is what I said, Mr. Speaker. Although it is in the public domain, Mr. Speaker, I have retracted because it is not in this house.
Honorable Keter, you're taking us back again.
It is not in this house, Mr. Speaker. That is why I retracted, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm worried, Mr. Speaker, because when we do away with this public service, I can see, Mr. Speaker, the same strike of health workers, Mr. Speaker, will recur again, Mr. Speaker, because they will be delayed. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Chelule? Take a seat.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. This issue of dismissals has been, I believe, has been based on the findings of the ad hoc committee. Those who have been recommended for dismissal have been found to have contravened the Constitution. That is an act of gross misconduct. So the committee had no option but to dismiss the persons, to recommend dismissals of the persons in question. Isn't it? Yes. Yeah. They have no choice. If you have contravened the Constitution, you should just go.
Your point of order is home. Honorable
And that is the whole subject of this report. They were investigating whether there was violation of the Constitution. And the findings have indicated that that is actually what happened.
Honorable Chelule,
Yes.
your point of order is home. Your point of order is home. Honorable Keter.
Mr. Speaker, I will not continue, Mr. Speaker, because Honorable Chelule has put it clear, Mr. Speaker, they are dismissing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we seem not to be... Honorable Mutual, what is your point of order? Assuming that Honorable Keter was still submitting.
Yeah, my point of order is on public service to Honorable Keter. The ad hoc committee was given the mandate to investigate. And our investigation was based on the law. So what our finding is that there are quite a number for those who violated the law. So we made a recommendation. And then for Mr. Keter, I can take you to school. What do you understand by the word recommendation?
Honorable.
When
Honorable
something is
Mutual.
said, just recommend. So we made a recommendation.
Honorable Mutual.
So when we made a recommendation,
Mutual, let's have respect for our colleagues. Honorable Mutual, I think you've prosecuted your point of order so that I can be able to direct whether the honorable member is out of order or otherwise.
okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The thing is that we cannot put two wrongs together. So they violated the law when they are coming in. They have done the messes. So are we telling the people of Nandi, we just continue? Is this county a lawless county?
Well, Honorable Mutual, I think your point of order is home. Honorable Keter, you heard the honorable member is asking me to rule you out of order whether the recommendation that was made by
And
the
we have
committee-
3 members
Well.
that need to be vetted in this house for the Public Service Board.
Well,
And it is soon. If it
Well.
was not for this exercise,
I think
we could have
that
done
is
it.
home. Honorable
So
Keter, please.
I don't see whether there will be a lapse in the public service. So it is okay. If I will not be quoted wrong. This is the
Honorable Mutual, I believe you are raising. I believe you are raising a point of order.
Honorable member from Chepkunyu,
Honorable Mutual, you
who told this
misleading
house
the privilege
that
that I've given to you.
a supermarket was opened for them.
Huh? Honorable Keter, I think I directed that it was Honorable Susan. Let Honorable Susan contribute, thereafter yourself, and then the move of the motion, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion.
on the adoption of the ad hoc committee report. Let me pass my congratulations to the committee. You did a commendable job. If this House worked the way the committee worked, we would be far. It is 2 years down the lane since we came to this House. And the report that the ad hoc committee produced shows a true picture of the achievements we have in our county. I urge this House to handle this issue not like a competition. I see the way this House is presenting their issues is kind of a competition. We are here to represent the people of Nandi. We know their cries, and we are in different committees together. And every time when we are in our sectoral committees, almost all members here present their cries, and they show a true picture of what is happening in their wards. When we started this journey, we were doing this for the good of the people of Nandi. But on the way, we just differed because of our own personal interests. Reminding these members that we started this journey. Any growing economy would come falling when rooted in Nandi County. In our health sector, it is the worst performing so far. Then a member of Kurgung, who knows what his people are going through, disagrees with the report. Very young members with very young families, you still have a life to live. Now, as we talked that time when we heard of the things that was happening in this county, because of the people, we will
Honorable
help the people of
thereafter the Honorable Member who moved the House.
For giving me that opportunity to serve in. As for me, I want to thank Honorable Chairman and the Vice Chair and all the ad hoc committees. This report, Mr. Speaker, is that the Speaker. In our wards, Mr. Speaker, our electorates are really expecting us to work and perform, Mr. Speaker. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to quote, even in Bible, Mr. Speaker, when God saw that there was none in or Nathan, Mr. Speaker, is honest. He said, I've just looked at the wall and there is have that power, Mr. Speaker. It was a supermarket date on 8th of this month. The issue before us, Mr. Speaker, is the way forward. I was expecting our debate to be the way forward. Speaker, we were not malice in any of the committee. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, all those have been right, Mr. Speaker. Unless we divert from that, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. And we only found that there is a problem, Mr. Speaker. Where is the problem? Because everybody, Mr. Speaker, including all those ones that they vote against or for, we all agree that there is a problem. The only factor that we are still working on it, Mr. Speaker, is to see where is the problem and where does the problem come from. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support. We have whether it goes the other way or this other way.
Constitutional body that has been given the mandate to oversight the resources and the operations of this great county of Nandi is this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring in the context some that we were given was only but 50%. Honorable Speaker, in this report, there is a section that we have recommended in the office, in the office have been advanced. That all the 21 million just went. As we are talking, the Honorable House, as it is currently.
I will have, before you raise your point of order, I think the Honorable Clerk and the technical team are working on the system. Yes, it is true that we had a blackout, and I believe we are now back. Honorable Martin, when you talk of outside, is it?
It's about, Mr. Speaker, the signal here. Here,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
and that is something that
It is shaky on the other side, Mr. Speaker.
the same
And
is
you know,
being
Mr.
the same is being rectified, Honorable Martin. I am seated here. Honorable Isaac.
Yes. Our chairman, our former chairman, sorry, of the defunct is making very important submission, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think we now
Let
we
us-
live. It was a problem with the technical team, and they've since rectified the same.
Yeah, for this, our side to be treated fairly, Mr. Speaker, let us allow the chair to, or rather allow the chair to submit when we are sure that we are okay technologically. One of the honorable members from Chepkunyuk was telling me how the chair is going to make his final submission. He might support this report, Mr. Speaker. So,
Matata, Honorable Matata, I think you can proceed to make your submissions. We now back online. You can
Thank you, Honorable
continue to
Speaker.
reply.
I was submitted in Kabiet Ward. Honorable Speaker, as it is currently, we cannot ascertain the ownership of the non-cooperative creameries. And I spend a lot of taxpayers' money, Honorable Speaker. When you check on the NARIC funding through the taxpayers' money, has also used a good amount of the same plant. Mr. Speaker, when we visited the plant at Kabiet, the NDCU, and he actually told the committee he had bought 2 acres of land at a cost of 7 million. There was a balance of 4 million that is still pending. Now, Mr. Speaker, already the plant is sitting on a 3 acre of land. If, by bad luck, these people will not agree, already the land, the plant has been built on private land. Mr. Speaker, I had a lot of members talking about why did you have to recommend the CECs and the CEOs. It is common knowledge, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the committee was one in terms of reference. And the first and the one which is even more important is contravention of the land, is contravention of the supreme law of the land. among the team who drafted the terms of reference. I was the chair of the reference. I don't know why they indicated as one of the factors to be investigated. Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge, and we all know in this honorable house, that as we are seated here, all the health facilities in Nandi County are closed. And I can prove that. On Monday, I went across my ward, and all those facilities are closed. So, when you hear honorable members talking of when we dismiss all these CECs, of which personally, but because they have failed in the execution of their mandate, we need to tell each other the truth. Mr. Speaker, you find that in this report, a lot of malpractices occurred. Drafters of terms of reference also indicated an investigation on the procurement processes. If the procurement processes were adhered to, that is one of the factors. Mr. Speaker, we have one, Daniel Mogoi, in our investigation, and going by the audit report that was done by the PSC. Daniel Mogoi, despite being a member of the County Public Service Board, is a Deputy Director, Human Resource Management and Development in the county government of Nandi. Section 58 Honorable Speaker, prohibits any public servant or state officer from taking, and to quote clearly, Section 58 3B is board, and that is the County Government Act. You find that the members of the County Service Board, as it is currently, that is an issue that should not be left to rest. 2 of 2022, where the charge, a lecturer who was taking positions in the service board, Eliseba, she is on record here. She admitted that she recently, she had actually seated right where the LOM is seated. She admitted that time we could request the ICT to play that. She is going to PSC, and she is going to gain the gratuity for serving in the Public Service Board, which the charge ruled costed 5 million. And through the admission and the director, the project is Gravity Water. But it is amazing. No even a single household is drinking water. Mr. Here are on record capacities. The law is very clear, Mr. Speaker. And I want 110 page 210 of this report, so that you can see the numbers, the government of Nandi who are in acting positions. Some of them are acting since 2018. This position not feel substantively. Honorable Speaker. He has made is that if this report is adopted, because, Mr. Speaker, when you see the current HR issues in Nandi County, she is acting, and it is captured in this report. Our entry into the service is questionable. Likewise to Nancy Cheruto. She never came through the right procedure. That is a fact, Mr. Speaker. Somebody here, a casual on a and we are saying these guys should not be dismissed. In fact, we are recommending for the service board pension. We are not recommended for the service board. We are the committee. I had a member, Honorable Kagoni, was asking about the issue of quarterly reports. If by virtue of engagements, if one of the honorable members in this house to the CC in charge of finance, it is the mandate, and the PFM Act stipulates give to the county assembly quarterly reports. That is a factor. So why should admitted that he has been sending documents to other bodies indicated in the PFM Act, but he admitted that he has not been. That one alone is a contravention of the law, Section 166. Let us not, and trying to find solutions. If we adopt the report, it will also be well and good, because we shall be giving solutions to the Mr. Speaker, sir, there is an element of value for money. And I want to use a project in Kilibwani Ward where we have 35 solar panels was one of the terms of reference, the drafters of the terms of reference. So, honorable members, let us be honest. How could the committee see was formed? It was hard. How could we see these ECs? This one is better, this one is not better, and we had the terms of reference. Who said a supermarket has been open? If by virtue, and we were not, that a supermarket finance comes in during the fiscal responsibility. That is where he gets in. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue about the audiology center that was raised by Honorable Ezra. It is good. Sometimes you might want to lie, but lies are always, you cannot prove. I was in that meeting, Mheshimiwa. We were together. And the pronouncement was, this was a donation to the county government of Nandi. That was the pronouncement. That the gadgets that were presented during that time were a donation to the county government of Nandi. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that there was an issue raised by Honorable Gagoni. Why are we bringing in the CEO Health on issues to do with F5? The CEO, my good friend Gagoni, he is a signatory to that account, which is against the F5. He is a signatory. Let us not lie to ourselves. And that is why he finds himself implicated here. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, and I've always said this. There is this issue of recommendation to the governor. And I've heard my good friend from Chepkunyuk saying, why did you recommend to the governor and not to the assembly? Recommending to the governor was the shortest route. Because, Honorable Speaker, if we had recommended to this House for a formation of another ad hoc committee, I'm very sure there could be a public outcry. That, why are you ending another ad hoc and forming another ad hoc? So, the committee recommending to the governor was the shortest route so that these problems can be handled within the shortest time possible. We have the issue of misappropriation of funds. That one is clearly demonstrated in the report. Like the project in Koyondurio, the dispensary, where the department appropriated 883,000. And already the project is sitting on a disputed land. That is misappropriation of funds. Honorable Speaker. And then we have variation on mother and baby. Honorable Speaker, variations are allowed. That one we agree, according to the Public
Mutata,
Procurement
Could you
Act.
have 15 minutes or so to wind up, please?
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will wind up, Honorable Speaker. That one is allowed. But let me tell, and I want to inform this Honorable House, and I want to give you a very good example about the fresh produce market. The contractor who was awarded the tender had quoted 100 million. And I want Honorable Ezra to listen to this properly. The contractor who was awarded the fresh produce market had quoted 100 million during the opening of tender. I don't know which kind of negotiation took place. The same contractor was awarded the same contract with a contract sum of 92 million. Surprisingly, Mheshimiwa Honorable Ezra, within a very short time, there was a variation of 37 million. And then you want to tell us things are okay? And I've always said in this house that these flagship projects are avenues of corruption. And I'm saying that without fear of any contradiction. Because, Honorable Speaker, why was the same contractor who quoted 100 million awarded the tender at a cost of 92 million, and within a very short time, a variation of 37 million is done? And then the CC administration came here and said, we negotiated for that from 37 to 23. no documents to that effect. Because, Honorable Speaker, any negotiation, there should be documents that will finally end up in signing by both parties. So, the issue of mother and baby here, and I want to tell this Honorable House, these people are smart thieves. They are very smart. Because, and especially those who are handling these issues of variation, what they do, Honorable Speaker, they do variation on the substructure. They do variation on the substructure of a building. What is the substructure? For the benefit of members, this is the foundation that will be buried underground. And it was done on mother and baby, and it has been done on the same substructure that has been done on fresh produce market. The same issue is in industrial park. Honorable Speaker, and I'm good that you've brought that issue to my attention. The county government, in partnership with the national government, came up with an idea of industrial park. This house appropriated 250 million as part of its share. The national government also appropriated 250 million. Honorable Speaker, the contractor working on that site currently won the tender at 520 million. We all know that the Procurement Act also allows that. But the most surprising thing, we have a variation on the same of 60 million. And then you want to tell us things are good? Shall we be sitting here and seeing public money being embezzled that way? The decision today, let us make the decision. Either way, the people of Nandi should know that if the decision will go to the positive, well and good. If the decision will go to the negative, I want to say this on camera. The people of Nandi should know that the problem is with the County Assembly of Nandi. It is not anymore about the executive. It should not be anymore. And I want to call all of us, after this, let us not be hypocrites, whereby you come and make decisions here, and then you go crying on the corridors. Let us not be hypocrites. Let the truth be told. Honorable Speaker, I am the MCA Kapsabet Ward, and it is good today. We are ending this session at night. And I want to call upon all of us, before you leave the town, can you please go around the town so that you can see for yourselves. The town is half dark. And we have been appropriating money to that effect. This town, where we are currently, is dark. It is very shameful that the headquarters of Nandi, during raining season, at the headquarters, cars get stuck. It is very painful and it is shameful. And these are facts. And then you want to tell us things are okay? No. Surely, things are not okay. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying, I want to thank all the honorable members in this House. Let us make the correct decisions. Let us make the correct decisions. We can be blackmailed, of some money, you can be given. And I want to say this, no amount of money will ever satisfy you. No amount of money will ever satisfy you. It is better to have a good name. It is better to have a good name. Because I'm very sure in the next 2 weeks, we shall be in corridors here crying left, right, and center. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Be blessed. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I know it's been a very, very heated debate since in the morning until this particular point in time when we've come to an end. Honorable members, I will proceed to put the question on the motion. Honorable members, I know a vote is to be taken by this county assembly. And I want to draw your attention to Standing Order number 68. It provides that unless otherwise provided under the Constitution, a question arising in the county assembly shall be decided by a majority of the members in the county assembly present and voting. Honorable members, I will proceed to put the question that this House adopts the report of the ad hoc committee on investigation of the Nandi County Executive for possible gross violation of the Constitution and applicable laws in the execution of its mandate. Will as many as of similar opinion say aye?
Aye.
And will as many as of contrary opinion say nay?
Nay.
Honorable members, I further draw your attention to the provision of Standing Order 72, which provides that when the Speaker directs a roll call voting to be taken, the division bell shall be rung for 10 minutes. The names of the one teller for ayes and one teller for the nays shall be submitted to the Speaker, and the Speaker shall direct the tellers to take the seats at designated place. Honorable members, at the end of the 10 minutes, the Speaker shall direct the doors to be locked and the bar drawn, and no member shall thereafter enter or leave the county assembly until after the roll call vote has been taken. And when the doors have been locked...
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm told and informed that there is no live coverage as at now. This is a critical moment that the people of Nandi should know the direction of every member.
Honorable members, I can see we are live.
We need live coverage.
Honorable members, let's remain seated, please, as we address that particular issue. Honorable members, let's remain seated. Honorable Isaac, Honorable Betts. Honorable members, I was giving directions as to the manner in which this honorable house will cast their votes. And Honorable Martin Douglas, Honorable Matthew Sang, Honorable Edwin Kiprop, please let's remain seated. Honorable members, I am reliably informed that these proceedings are live. Therefore, honorable members, I'll proceed to give the directions. Honorable members, when the doors have been locked and the bar drawn and the names of the tellers have been announced, the Speaker shall put the question again and direct the clerk to call out the names of the members in alphabetical order in the presence of the tellers. Honorable members, I therefore direct that the division bell be rung for 10 minutes. Honorable members, I think the division bell is being run and no honorable member is allowed to move outside these particular chambers. So all the members should be within the chambers.
Sure. Aja.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the division bell has been rung for 10 minutes. I now direct the sergeant at arms to lock the doors and draw the bar. Honorable members, when the doors have been locked and the bar drawn, the Speaker shall put the question again and direct the clerk to call out the names of the members in alphabetical order in the presence of the tellers. Honorable members, I will proceed to put the question that this House adopts the report of ad hoc committee on investigation of the Nandi County Executive for possible gross violation of the Constitution and applicable laws in the execution of its mandate. I therefore direct the clerk to call out the names of the members in alphabetical order. And honorable members, when called out, each member shall thereupon rise in his or her place and declare the assent or dissent to the question in the following manner: I vote yes, or I vote no, or I abstain, or use appropriate Kenyan Sign Language. I therefore direct the Honorable Clerk to call out the names of the members in alphabetical order. Well, we can have the two tellers. I thought we can have the two tellers for both sides, for the yes side and the nay side. Honorable Mosbey, you there? And Honorable Rotich can step forward.
You give the secondary extras or whether you so go together.
Yeah.
I now proceed to call the names. Honorable Sang Wilson Kipkurui.
I vote no.
Honorable Kirongo Eliud.
I vote no.
Honorable Kevolwe Geoffrey.
I vote no.
Honorable Chumba Milka Jerobon.
I vote no.
Honorable Keter Kiprotich John.
I vote no.
Honorable Martin Douglas.
For the great people of Chemelil Chemase, I vote yes.
Honorable Aruse Julius Kipkoske.
I vote no.
Honorable Kiblagat Walter.
I vote no.
Honorable Kuto Travosa Jelagat.
I vote yes.
Honorable Tarbei Josephat Kipchumba.
On behalf of the great people of Nandi and the Terriks from Malai, I vote yes.
Honorable Bet Josephat Kipto.
On behalf of the oppressed people of Nandi and the oppressed people of Kaptel Kamoyo Ward, I vote strong yes.
Honorable Bet Richard Kipkoske.
On behalf of the people of Kapchorwa and the tears shedded by the great people of Nandi, I vote a sounding yes.
Honorable Birech Paul Kipkemboy.
I vote no.
Honorable Jelule Raymond Kipkoech.
On behalf of the great people of Songo Sobo Ward and Nandi County at large, I vote yes.
Honorable Anne Jebleting Bet.
I vote no.
Honorable Jebkemboy Lisa.
I vote no.
Honorable Jebkemoy Stancy.
I vote no.
Honorable Varaj Salman Ali.
I vote no.
Honorable Jebet Joan.
I vote no.
Honorable Jebkemei Lucy.
On behalf of the great people of Nandi, the great people of Moso, and Moso, the great people of Chepterway, I vote yes.
Honorable Jepto Susan.
For the women of Nandi, I vote yes.
Honorable Jasang Sheila.
I vote no.
Honorable Kakoni Hassan Majani.
I vote no.
Honorable Keino Sarah Rubeti.
So on behalf of the people of Nandi, on behalf of our beloved citizens who are dying because there is no medicine, and on behalf of the independent-minded people of Kosirai, I vote yes.
Honorable Kemboy Nicholas Kipkorir.
I vote no.
Honorable Keter Julius Kipruto.
I vote yes.
Honorable Kipchumba Emmanuel. Honorable Kipkoech John Bitok.
On behalf of the people of Nandi, I am proud to vote yes.
Honorable Kibrop Edwin. Honorable Kirwa Eliud.
I vote no.
Honorable Koko Gideon Kipkemei.
I vote no.
Honorable
Honorable member. Order,
Silas
Honorable Kipto.
Kipkemboy.
Order, honorable members. Let's remain seated. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Sergeant Atam. Order, honorable members.
Come on.